Thomas Green here with Ethical Marketing Service. Welcome to the special edition, number 303 of the Thomas Green podcast. On the episode today, we have 7 speakers. The first one being Tracy Pleschourt, who will talk about the self framework. Second, we'll have Nico Lagan talking about the 5 virtues of a good man. Third is Lynn Carey on how all areas of your life affect your health. And fourth is Walt Morgan on his US Navy experience. Fifth is John Wood on feeling versus thinking and how he had some life coaches who use magic mushrooms to abuse and manipulate and brainwash him. And sixth is Lauren St George on creativity and problem solving. And seventh is Bruce Strom on his knowledge about Stoicism. Without further ado, I introduce you to Tracy Pleschourt, and Tracy can be found at self-made and then the letter u.com. Tracy, welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here, Thomas.
I am very happy to have you. Would you like to take a moment and tell the audience a bit about yourself and what you do?
You bet. So my name is Tracy Pleschourt. I own a company called Self-Made You. I actually, as of this past spring, I am now the co-owner. The other half is owned by my daughter, Gracie. So we have the Tracy and Gracie show now going on. And she is 23 years old, recent graduate from college, and was exploring marketing, loved the world of psychology, started to consider maybe she wanted to go into some sort of therapy or counseling type career. And I convinced her to take a look at coaching because my sister is a clinical psychologist and I am a certified life coach. And I just wanted her to know the differences between the two. And if you're really wanting to help people, I personally believe coaching is where it's at. We developed this school, or continuing to develop this school, where we teach people how to think in a day and age where I think a lot of our educational experiences are really focused on what to think and then being tested on your ability to memorize and retain what you've been taught to think. We teach you how to think so that you feel more self-reliant, you feel more in control. You aren't looking outside of yourself for all of the solutions. The first place you go to make a decision is within. And I know that, at first blush can sound a little woo-woo, but everything we teach is very steeped in science. We teach how to think in a very simple framework, and it has unlimited applications. So our clientele is very diverse. We have people coming to us who want to solve problems like overeating and over drinking, and they want to heal relationships. And these have been problems that they have been stifled by for years. And then we have people who have goals that they want to achieve. They might be income goals. They might be career goals. It doesn't really matter because, as you know, we are all thinking all day long, but if you're thinking from the part of your brain that keeps you in a very reactive state, you're probably creating self-sabotaging experiences that you would rather not. It's sometimes difficult to recognize that you're doing that in the moment, but after, the aftermath, most of us realize it and we're like, what the heck? I was on a diet and yesterday I self-sabotaged again. So it's not your fault. I think that the one thing that I hear myself saying all the time to people is it's not your fault. It's just that you haven't been taught how to think from the other part of your brain, the less reactive part of your brain, the part of your brain that is able to respond. I call it the more extraordinary part of your brain. I call it your prodigy brain. Doctors would call it your prefrontal cortex, but that's what we really focus on, is the development of that part of the brain, so that when you are in experiences, you almost down-regulate to that part of the brain instead of down-regulating to the primitive part where you find yourself in these knee-jerk reactions that often don't end well. So That's a very long-winded answer, I know. I'll just stop there and let you ask me some questions.
Well, it leads nicely into perhaps a newish thing for me, which is I would have always said, at least about myself anyway, that I'm quite if there's something that I need to take care of or to do or a goal, whatever it might be, I know exactly what to do, and there's not necessarily any second guessing or anything like that. Fairly new thing for me recently is that I am almost constantly second guessing myself, and this is
Hmm.
something that you specialize in, given the fact that you said that you're the solution to these
Right,
problems. So,
right.
what am I doing wrong, or perhaps what should I do differently?
Yeah. So first off, well, can you give me an example of when the last time that happened?
It's an interesting. I mean, I can answer your question perhaps not with an example, but with a thought that I had about the fact that I'm doing it over even the smallest thing. So even take the most minute issue, and I'm like, why can't I just make up my mind about something and not second guess myself? So it's almost like a habit that I've picked up, which is
Mhm.
now permeating every single thing that I try and do.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the first thing I want you to know is the fact that you have an awareness around that is really, really important because we all listen to saboteur narratives. They are coming from that part of our brain that's trying to keep us safe. It's trying to, quote unquote, keep us alive. When we were in a primitive state, those kinds of thoughts, they're very dramatic, they're very fear based. They were very helpful in that time, but we're actually not in a lot of danger right now. And yet we still hear those thoughts. And so I'm not teaching people to stop hearing them. I want to teach people how to stop reacting to them. I actually would be much happier if people would learn how to just allow them to be there without any sort of judgment. So the fact that you have awareness around these kind of hypervigilant type narratives that you're describing is a great thing because awareness of it allows you to kind of be on the lookout for it. And to then, instead of judging yourself, like, why the heck do I keep thinking this way? Why do those thoughts make me feel this way? Like the hypervigilant narratives often leave you feeling cynical, anxious, skeptical. And the interesting thing is that they're actually kind of birthed from your um, strengths, the strengths that are very inherent to you, the strengths that you were born with. So typically, it's people who are sensitive, very aware of true risks for themselves and for others. They're kind of the guardian of their family, of their community. They're very loyal, they're very reliable, very dependable, hardworking. Those are the type of people when they have those kind of strengths, they can start to be overused and abused. And then they start to show up in this hyper vigilant way, which creates kind of this intense anxiety about dangers or what could go wrong. And that vigilance never rests. So when you know that about yourself, so you knew that without even like having to like take some sort of assessment or quiz, you're like, I see this showing up. Now I want you to just be on the lookout for it and ask yourself, like, what would it look like to just allow that thinking, those feelings, the skepticism, those anxious type feelings, what would it look like to just allow them to be there and ask myself, like, what is it that I really want? What is it that I want to be feeling? Because just like these feelings that are showing up that you don't feel in control of, you can think in a way to generate the feelings that you want to create. So the half of your brain that's missioned with keeping you alive and offering you these fear-based thoughts it's on like autopilot. Those neural pathways are very well established. That part of your brain is stronger. We all have that 3-pound organ between our ears, And if you kind of think of it as cut in half, the primitive part of our brain is the part of our brain that we're often down regulating to, where we don't have to think so much. It's the part of our brain that keeps us breathing, that keeps our heart beating. We don't have to think about any of that. It tells us not to walk in front of a speeding bus. Like, there isn't a lot of thinking around that. So it makes perfect sense that that's the stronger part of our brain, because it gets the most use. But there is the other part of our brain that you can be intentional with. You can actually ask yourself questions. Like, when you have those hypervigilant type thoughts, you can ask yourself, is that even true? What am I exactly afraid of? So what you're wanting to do, Thomas, is you're wanting to really shine a light, like really get it out there so that you can kind of dissect it. You can look at it and be like, is that true? What am I afraid of? What else could be true? So you start, instead of reacting to those fears, you start responding instead with a question, so that you can really shine a light, kind of get it out there that there's actually nothing to be afraid of. And you don't have to judge yourself for having those thoughts, because it's all part of being human. They're supposed to be there, but we're actually not in any danger. And so awareness alone starts to strengthen your prodigy brain. And then when you consistently respond instead of react with intention by asking yourself questions, you strengthen that prodigy brain. So over time, you'll start to notice that those kind of hypervigilant thoughts will start to extinguish. But it's a process, but having an awareness of them even being there in the first place is a quantum leap in the right direction.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great answer. And I can see how that process of asking good questions sort of just allows you to walk yourself through it. And then, it's habitual. So you do it and it sort of makes it better. So I appreciate that.
Right.
Also,
because think about the reverse. Think about the alternative, right? Most people will have those kind of thoughts, and those thoughts create feelings that people are very afraid of, being skeptical, being anxious. People think, because we've all been brought up in similar cultures where we think we're not supposed to feel the unwanted feelings. And that's not true. There's so many emotions out there, and we're actually meant to feel them all. And so allowing that feeling to be there without buffering it, without, turning to food or alcohol or online shopping to divert your attention, right? To numb it. Instead, just shining a light on it and being aware of it and allowing it to be there is a completely counterintuitive response. But that's the alternative to, turning to alcohol, turning to food, lashing out at people, hiding, right? Like, those are the typical reactions to hypervigilant narratives that lead you to feel anxious. So really think about the alternative, and so and you can kind of quickly conclude, wow, this is a completely different approach. And this actually takes nothing outside of me to solve. So we like to tell our clients, like, what comes from being a student, being really a student of yourself here at Self-Made You, is you stop thinking of yourself as the problem. You stop thinking that you're the common denominator to all the problems, and you start thinking of yourself as the solution. So we use SELF, SELF, as the acronym, as the framework to really teach what are the steps. So if we take your circumstance, for example, the SELF stands for start with a decision. So if you're noticing those anxious feelings and they're happening day after day after day, and you're like, and they might not be that big of a deal, but you've decided that you don't want to feel that way anymore. So that's something else that I really want to stress, if you don't mind. People are often questioning, like, what's the unit of measure of if I'm a good person or a bad person, or if I need therapy or I need coaching, or, if I'm broken or I'm actually functioning. Like, what's the unit of measure? And here's what I have to say, and hopefully this really lands with your listeners. The unit of measure is if it's getting in the way of you living out your day. Is it keeping you from being able to function through your day? Are you feeling in such a way that you have decided, I don't want to feel like this anymore? That's the unit of measure. So if you're looking anywhere else besides within to make that decision, if you're broken, if you're good, if you are bound to live out a life in the same way, I want you just to go within and ask yourself, like, am I ready to stop feeling this way? Are these thoughts helpful or are they unhelpful? Like, those are really good questions to ask yourself. Are these feelings getting in the way of me, like, productively getting through my day? Those are great ways to answer whether you want to actually do something or not. And if the answer is yes, then you can use our framework, the self framework, and the S stands for start with a decision. Any decision. When you're feeling sort of out of control, or you're feeling like you're in a chaotic state, or you're feeling anxious, you just want to start with a decision. Ask yourself, what is it that I want? Do I want to feel different? Do I want to get a different result? Do I want to start behaving different? What is it and why? Why do I want that? Most of us run through life so quickly, we have no idea what we want. And we certainly don't know why we want it. And so asking yourself those questions puts you in the driver's seat. You're not reacting to all the curveballs that life is throwing you. No. You've decided what it is that you want, and you are focused on that. It transpires, what unfolds is a much more intentional life when you ask yourself that question. So that's the S. You start with a decision. What is it that you want? Why do you want it? Secondly, you eliminate the self-sabotage. So the E of self stands for eliminate the self-sabotage. Now, without awareness, that hypervigilant narrative will triumph. It will keep us in an anxious state. If we have no idea it even exists, think about how many days you have gone through where you're just feeling frustrated, you're feeling burdened, and you're not really recognizing that that feeling is even there. It's often in retrospect that we recognize it. And then we're like, man, this is just Groundhog's Day. I just keep living the same day over and over and over. What's going on, right? With awareness of those saboteur narratives that you are most likely listening to, that are most prominent in your life, now you can be on the lookout for them, and you can intercept by asking questions that really shine a light on how dramatic and often untrue they are. So awareness of those self-sabotaging narratives, and there's 10 very universal narratives. The judge is probably the most universal, where we're judging ourselves, we're judging others, we're judging circumstances, where our thoughts are like, once I lose the weight, then I'll be happy. Once I hit, 6 figures, then I'll be successful. That's what it sounds like to judge circumstances. Or I shouldn't have yelled at my son, or he should have known better, right? That's what it sounds like to judge. That those are the judgmental narratives that are going on in our head, and they're very dramatic, they're very convicting, and they leave us feeling in a way that really creates an unproductive day. And so if you know that about yourself, you can be on the lookout for it, and you can start to question it. And that's how you eliminate the risk of self-sabotage. So start with a decision, any decision, eliminate the self-sabotage. Then you want to leverage your strengths. So we all have empathy and discovery and innovation and the ability to kind of navigate utilizing our values. We all have those kind of strengths available to us. But the deal is that they're only available to us if we're operating from the prodigy part of our brain. And so you have to understand that there are these two parts of your brain, and that without any sort of intention, you will default to operating from the primitive part of your brain. You'll be listening to those fear-based narratives. So we teach clients some techniques to really quiet down that primitive brain chatter, that fear-based narrative, so that they can start to crack the door open to their prodigy brain. That prodigy brain perspective is so much more easygoing. It almost feels like you're in a state of flow, because the perspective that you have when you're operating from that part of your brain is that every circumstance, even the circumstance that you had the other day that led you to feeling anxious, even that was a gift and an opportunity. That's the prodigy brain perspective, that every circumstance can be turned into a gift and opportunity. So it keeps you from fearing the unknown, because you truly believe that anything can be turned into a gift and an opportunity. And when you're operating from that part of your brain, then you can tap into empathy for yourself, empathy for others, empathy for circumstances. You can tap into discovery. You can start to see what all the factors are that are involved when, in retrospect, when you start to look back and you're spinning out in fear, you are so laser focused on that one thought, on that one feeling, you have lost sight of the peripheral. You've lost sight of all of the other factors. So you can tap into that discovery strength and really start to assess what else might be going on here. So those are how you could leverage your strengths. And then finally, the fourth step is finish with a decision. And this one is like the game changer. You finish with a decision to take one step, one tiny, tiny step in the direction of where it is that you want to go. It's a step that's so easy, it's almost hard not to do. So I live my hours by utilizing this framework. I make a decision. I ask myself what's the narrative that's going to show up, that always shows up, so that I can just allow it to be there, but I can be on the lookout for it so I don't react to it. I start tapping into empathy for myself. I'm human. I didn't wake up this morning, not human. It's bound to happen. But I can also start asking myself, like, how can I be innovative about this? Like, what else might be involved that I might not be seeing? Or like really start to challenge my thinking to a new level. And then I finish with a decision that says, what's the next step that I can take that's so easy, it's almost hard not to do? And the second part of that question is, and how do I want to feel while I'm doing it? So that brings forward this like ability, this superhero power to make a decision ahead of time, which most of us don't do. When we're in this reactive state, we're just making decisions as they come, as the curveballs are thrown at us. But when you make decisions ahead of time about how it is that you want to feel while you are executing on a commitment that lands at 7 o'clock in the morning, now, once again, you're in the driver's seat. And you're not only deciding ahead of time what it is that you're going to be doing and, how it is that you're going to show up and what you're going to be dressed as, you're actually making a decision about how it is that you're going to be feeling. And the way that you know that you can make good on that is you decide what it is that you're going to think, because our thoughts create our feelings. So I have clients, we have a planner. It's called the Self-Made Day Planner. And this is like my daily companion. This goes with me absolutely everywhere I go. And it handholds me through making these decisions ahead of time. And it's just a planner, just like every other planner out there, that has all the hours listed, actually on the half an hour, so that you can enter in all your commitments. But that's not the important part. The important part are the next two columns that have you deciding ahead of time, how is it that I want to be feeling while I make good on that commitment? So that is the game changer right there. And then you support yourself by deciding, what is it that I believe that generates that feeling? So for your podcast, even though it's early here in Minnesota, but I got up early and I go through my day, and today's Friday. So I'm like, it's so exciting because I don't have a lot of things on my calendar. And one of the things that I absolutely love doing the most is being on podcasts. So I get to start my day like that. But I decided, how do I want to feel when I am showing up as a guest on Thomas Green's podcast. And I thought about it and I thought, I want to be helpful. I just want to be helpful. Okay, well, what is it that I'd have to believe in order to generate that feeling? And the thought that always comes up that kind of sounds a little cuckoo is, I've got the cure. Like in my mind, it's almost like I've got the cure to cancer, but I've got the cure to eliminate unnecessary suffering. And I can teach people how to do this. I can teach them fast. And so I come to these podcasts feeling so helpful and like ready to share and give insight that people can take from listening to a half an hour of this podcast and they can go implement it. And it's like, that's how I run my day. I make these decisions ahead of time. And my planner is just the tool that keeps me accountable, that I have a little peanut brain and it likes to forget. And so I have to keep referencing, oh, wait, where am I supposed to be? What am I going to be feeling? What am I going to be thinking? Like, I just do that. And that's so helpful to keep me like living out the self-made day, becoming the self-made person, getting the self-made results, relying on myself, thinking of myself as the solution. That's how I do it. And so I need tools. It doesn't yet come totally natural to me, but I will tell you that my brain, my prodigy brain, is getting stronger. And I do notice how seldom those narratives even show up. But I am on the lookout. Like the hyperachiever narrative is the one that I hear all the time. And that might sound like a good thing. It isn't. It's the narrative that says you've got to be perfect. And if you're not perfect, your worth is attached to that. You're not worthy if things aren't perfect. That's the narrative that I hear a lot. And so I have to be on the lookout for it. Otherwise, it leaves me feeling unworthy, depressed, vulnerable, and almost empty. And so I have to be on the lookout for that. Otherwise, it will self-sabotage. I will self-sabotage my day. Okay, I'm going to zip it and let you.
Fantastic answer. I was quite happy to listen to you talk, and there's probably a lot. This is one of those episodes where you have to take notes, right? You have to go back and take notes of the good stuff. You used a phrase in relation to the brain. Can't remember what you said now. It's escaped. There's the two parts of the brain. I was going to ask, are you referring to like almost like the rational part of the brain, which can make decisions? That's the first question.
Yes.
And the second question was, I asked you a very specific about a specific example, but the self acronym, not sure whether you've referred to it as that.
The framework. Yep.
Yeah. Can that help for everything, or is there a specific? You go ahead.
Absolutely anything. I haven't run across an application where it isn't warranted. Yeah, big and small. Literally. I mean, I being a life coach, I spend the majority of my day coaching groups, coaching individuals, and I apply it. I help my clients apply it because it does take practice to rely on yourself instead of thinking of yourself as the problem, to actually think of yourself as the solution. It takes practice. And so that's where a coach comes in. I like to explain to people that if you're looking for lasting change, if you're wanting to, achieve a goal like weight loss and you want to maintain it, you don't want to do this yo-yo crap anymore, then you have to recognize that the insight, and let's just use the self framework that I just taught, that's only 20% of lasting change. You have to apply, you have to practice, because 80% of lasting change comes from application. And so that's where I come in. I give away this insight for free. I'm on hundreds of podcasts, monthly, and we offer lots of free training. Actually, in an hour and a half, I'm doing what we call Free Coaching Friday, where we invite anyone who has an internet connection to show up and to bring their problems, bring their goals. And we use this framework. And so I'm trying to get people into the rhythm, the pattern of using that framework in any application. So we'll have people that will show up and they're dealing with a marketing issue in their business and they're really struggling and they're starting to make it mean something about them. And when they are making it mean something about them, they start feeling kind of stuck. They're in this spin. And then they start kind of in this downward spiral of lots of negative self-talk. Well, you can't get to any sort of innovation, creativity, and trying to solve that solution from feeling unworthy, from feeling defeated. You can't get there from here. So it's so important that you get somebody who can almost kind of lend their brain, their unbiased brain, to help prompt you to think differently. My goal is not to make people dependent on me as their coach. My goal is to make people dependent on themselves. But with that being said, it takes practice. It does take practice. So I have people that show up week after week after week, and they're just getting better and better and better of utilizing themselves. So last week we had somebody who was like, oh my gosh, I have 3 dogs and they are nonstop barking and it is driving me absolutely up the wall. And I want to walk out this door and go kick one of them in the teeth. And she's like, I'm so frustrated with this. And I can help her use the self framework. Like, what is it that you want? She's like, I want the dogs to stop barking. Okay, why? Why do you want that? Remember, we asked, what is it that you want? Why do you want it? And her answer was like, because I don't want to feel frustrated anymore. It's so frustrating. Okay, well, the frustration is not coming from dogs barking, because Lord knows she's been around barking dogs before and hasn't felt frustrated. The frustration is coming from what she's making that mean. And so by asking yourself questions, you start to shine a light on those dramatic thoughts, those saboteur narratives that are making it mean something about you and your worth and your humanity. And it's almost silly when you start to shine a light on it and you're like, what the heck? Like, I thought I was a horrible dog owner. Maybe I should have trained them differently. Or I thought the neighbors are going to hate me because they're so sick of hearing my dogs bark. Like, you start to shine a light on those narratives that are ridiculous, but without shining a light on them, you're reacting to them. And she probably would have walked out the door and kicked the dog in the teeth. And so it's really good that she showed up so we could walk through that. We could shine a light. We can even get to the self-sabotaging narrative. Which one is it that you're actually listening to? So we do have an assessment, and it's totally free for people to better understand which narratives are most prominent in their life. So that's really helpful. Like I said, I have the hyperachiever. Sounds like you have the hypervigilant. The judge is very universal. The people pleaser is another one that I see a lot. The controller that says, no one else can handle this like I can. Or I want everyone to see me as competent and things have to go according to plan. Those kind of thoughts create anxiety and create a lot of impatience. And the person ends up feeling almost rejected if they can't control something. And so it's this anxiety-based need to take charge and control situations. And often those situations are people's actions. You're trying to control somebody else's behavior. And that leads to high anxiety and impatience when it's not possible. So and that would include a dog. So it's really good to understand that that's what's happening. You're not broken. Nothing has gone wrong. And we can actually turn this into a learning opportunity so that you can be more aware of it the next time the dog barks. You can take a second, take a deep breath, and really control your thinking and ask yourself, how do I want to think about this? And here's the crazy part. This is where this led to. It led to her understanding that when dogs bark, they're just trying to communicate. It's the only way that dogs know how to communicate. They're not doing this to make you mad, right? They're doing this because this is how they communicate. Now, that thought, this is how they communicate, let her feel something entirely different. And she believed that thought. So that's a distinguishing factor that I want to make sure your listeners hear, is that this is not the power of positive thinking. This is not like toxic positivity. This is finding the believable thoughts that truly generate new feelings. So it does require you to slow down and ask yourself questions. And so what came of that is she landed on this believable thought that they're just trying to communicate. And it's not that we're not trying to control the dogs actually barking or not barking. We're trying to control what it is that she's thinking so that she feels differently, so that she takes actions that unfold in an entirely different way. Because when she thinks that they're just trying to communicate, now she feels maybe neutral, or maybe empathetic, or maybe unconditional love. And that's going to have her behaving entirely different. So that's an example of something that comes up in Free Coaching Friday, but then we'll get I just found out that my husband's been cheating on me. So we get all sorts of diverse, circumstances, and the self framework can be applied to all of them.
Thank you for the answer. It's an amazing answer, and you've given some great information today. In terms of let's say things that people perhaps get wrong about the application of the self framework, have you got any feedback there?
Yeah, I think that people, the judge being so universal, people don't even realize how judgmental they are of themselves. And so when these narratives start to show up, it's very easy to think that, you come to this conclusion, nope, I am broken, because now I've learned the framework and I'm still having these types of thoughts and feelings. And what I want you to know is that it does take time, and that you've lived the majority of your life from that primitive brain being overused. And so it is the stronger part. So the neural pathways are very well established, but thankfully, our brain is neuroplastic, and it can be reformed. And so, but it takes practice. It takes the intentional practice. And so I would say that if I think about the obstacle that my clients run up against, the ones that are, in this day in and day out, I would say that comes up. We even have a coaching program. So we teach people how to teach and coach this application. And we have 10 students that are just getting ready to graduate here in December. And they still have those saboteur narratives showing up. And like I said, the promise is not that they will never show up again. The promise is that you are going to strengthen the part of your brain that will have you responding instead of reacting. So we aren't changing people from human to robots. It is, you're supposed to have both parts of those brains, both parts of the brain, and you want them both to function as they were meant to. That primitive part of your brain is meant to keep you alive, and there are applications for it. So you don't want it to go away. You just want to have the control and the ability to respond to those saboteur narratives when you're not in any danger. And that's the majority of the time. Unfortunately, that primitive part of your brain is the stronger part. So those are the narratives that you hear, and that without the awareness, you'll react to.
Yeah, I think in my first question, I led with the premise that there's something wrong or negative about thinking that way, but you've mentioned a few times that it's
very
just
human
functioning correctly, and it's about the way you react to it. So I appreciate the response, and in response to you wanting to be helpful, I think you've been extremely helpful today. So thank you very much for that.
My pleasure. I'm so glad that I could be helpful, and I would encourage anybody who wants to learn more to seek out our free resources. That's what we're here for.
I wanted to say well done for the free Fridays as well. I think that's really cool, and I'm sure you're impacting a lot of people with that.
Thank
There's
you.
one question that I would regret if I didn't ask you, because I think it sounds like quite a philosophical question to ask, and I've got an interest in that. The question is the difference between you and yourself.
Oh, this is a good one. So I would say that, when you are thinking about you, you're often the persona that kind of comes to mind is what you're seeing in the mirror. So it's very contextualized. It's very, visual. It's how you would describe yourself when somebody asks you, like, who are you? So a lot of people will go to that place where they start describing the visuals. And although that is an important part, I would like to define it as almost like the container. So you are the container or the physical vessel of your thoughts, feelings, behaviors, memories, experiences. It's the practical or the external version of yourself. And yourself is more of like a trinity. It's made up of your past, your present, and your future self-concept. So all the past, present, and future, they all exist simultaneously and continuously, and they're always transforming, and they always take new shapes. So I like to think of yourself as kind of the sculptor and the sculpture, and it's ceaselessly refining and reshaping your persona of your past, of your present, of your future. So I love thinking about my past, my present, my future, because it really stimulates my imagination. It actively has me constantly reframing my past. And like I said, the stronger my prodigy brain becomes, the more I start thinking about all experiences as a gift and an opportunity, which has me reframing my past, all of my experiences, all of my traumatic childhood experiences. All of those actually led me to today, to being so empathetic with the people who have carried their painful past forward and they live from that. I can be very compassionate towards those people because I used to do that too. But now I've reframed my past as important so that I can do this really important work. And I no longer allow it to hold me captive. And I've learned how to really connect to my future self, who 1 year, 10 years from now is thriving. She has so many other experiences that my current self does. She has new perspectives, and I tap into her and I filter all of my current decisions from her perspective, which really leads to an extraordinary life. So the you is the vessel, and the self is really the internal, the thoughts, the feelings, the memories, the experiences, the perspective. That's how I like to define the two of them.
And is it having a good answer to that question? What are the things which have changed for you?
Ooh, uh, for me, I wish I wish I would have learned some of this earlier, but I feel like I am now doing the work of teaching people at a much younger age how to have unconditional love for themselves, how to better understand themselves. Like I said, I went to school and was never taught the neuroscience of my brain. I never knew that those narratives that were telling me I was unworthy because I was the product of a divorce in the early 80s. And my primitive brain made that mean that I was broken and that my dad didn't want me. And it led to so many destructive behaviors. I wish I would have known that those narratives are coming from a part of my brain that is very dramatic and almost always untrue before I started believing it and putting so much belief into it and then carrying it forward into my young adult life and really recognizing destructive behaviors and it's so much sabotage. I wish I would have known that. And so, I tell people, be more aware of how it is that you're feeling. If there's one takeaway, if there's something that you can do right now, just ask yourself, like, how am I feeling right now and why? You're only feeling something. You're only having that vibration, that emotion, because you're thinking something. And so shine a light on it. There's nothing to be afraid of. So I guess that would be a second answer, is that there's really not much to be afraid of. And I think so many of us live our life in fear of what other people think, fear of doing it wrong. Some people live in fear of success. And until you shine a light on it, you'll never understand that. You'll keep running away. And what you're running away from is an emotion. You're running away from fear. And so we want to shine a light on it, and we want you to allow it to just be there and normalize it so that you create your own evidence that nothing has gone wrong and you're perfectly capable of feeling fear and getting closer to what it is that you want. So yeah, those are some of the changes that I would have made if I had that magic wand.
Well, I can certainly see how it would help going forward, and also this format sort of allows us to see what it would be like if you were a coach to you've coached me today in a sense. So I think it would be highly beneficial for anyone who would hire you, because it's just it's great information. Is there anything that I should have asked you about today?
Oh gosh. Well, I always love talking about my wiener dogs. I have a wiener dog named Meatball and a wiener dog named Meatball, or Nico and Meatball. And one's a long-haired Dachshund, one's a short-haired Dachshund. And yeah, I walk out of this office after doing a podcast and they're waiting for me on the other side of the gate that keeps them separated from being right outside my door and barking. And so, yeah, they are the joy in my life, along with my two children and my husband. And we all, after COVID, we all work from one home. We operate two businesses. My husband has his business right next door, and I have a business being operated out of this space. And so it's just kind of crazy how life unfolds for you. And we are really enjoying being not only a family unit, but like actually using our home as like the headquarters of two different businesses. It's super fun. And I have to remind myself sometimes when it gets a little hairy and we start tripping over each other that there'll be a day where I will wish all of this back. And so I remind myself today of how much to appreciate it. So yeah, that's just a little bit about my personal life, and I love sharing that.
Well, it sounds busy, but it also the framework's going to help with all the busyness, right? So
oh gosh, yeah, amen.
And for people who want to follow you or get in touch with you, where do they go?
www.self, so SELF dash made, MADE, and then it's the letter U.com. And that's where you can sign up for Free Coaching Friday. We have a free masterclass every single month. We just finished the masterclass on how to plan your perfect day. And that's really how to use the Self-Made Day Planner. And that's available on Amazon. So if you want to better understand, how to take control of your day and just plan it out in a way that you're orchestrating it, you feel like you're in the driver's seat, you feel like things aren't happening to you, but they're literally happening because of you, we can teach you that. And that's totally free. So the recording, actually, because we just did it last week, the recording will be up on our website here probably within the next 48 hours. So lots and lots of free resources. So I would just encourage you to go to selfmadeyou.com.
Okay, well, I think all of that stuff would be highly beneficial. So thank you for sharing it. And Tracy, thank you for being a great guest today.
Thanks, Thomas. Thanks for having me.
Next up, we have Nico Lagan, and Nico can be found at nicolagan.com. Nico, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Love early morning podcasts like this. I don't know for you, but it's 6 a.m. here, so I love it.
Well, it's definitely not 6 a.m. here, and you're a better man than I doing a 6 a.m. podcast. But
I've been up for three and a
for the
half hours.
audience,
All good. All good.
would you like to take a moment and tell the audience a bit about yourself and what you do?
Man, I do so much things. It's a bit ridiculous. I can barely keep track of everything I work on, but I think right now we're talking marketing, right? So when it comes to marketing, I help content creators. And by content creators, I want to define what that means because people think that a content creator is an influencer. It can be, but it's not what the umbrella is. Like the actual umbrella means that whoever is using social media to speak about what they do, could be a coach, could be a podcaster, could be a business, could be an e-commerce business, brick and mortar. If you're using social media as a way to market your brand, you're a content creator. So I help content creator build, you know, let's put it simple. I help them build the skills that they need in order to be the face of their company. So to be great in front of the camera. So through sales and LP and psychology, I've built a lot of experience and knowledge on how to craft a message. I help with the branding, I help with the messaging, I help with the image, if you will. And then we incorporate AI innovation to streamline your content creation process. So how, a lot of it's not everybody that can have a team. Like not everybody can afford having video editors on staff, can have copywriters on staff, can have a bunch of people helping them. So what we do, we take people from where they are right now. Let's say you're alone, or maybe you have one employee, and what are the tools that we can add to your portfolio to streamline everything to create better quality content more often.
Well, thank you for the introduction.
Yep.
I what I was planning on talking to you today was partially about your story, and then also about the book, because it's a book about purpose, if I'm not mistaken,
Yep.
and that's very much a topic that I do enjoy talking about. So, would you like
Sounds
to
good.
talk a little bit about your story to start with?
That's how long you got. Um, this is I record podcasts for both. So when it comes to I bridge them. I try not to because not everybody's interested in it. But when it comes to my story, if we're looking about the work that I do with men, because again, the content creators that I help are men. Like I work with men because it's hard to be a content creator, but it's also hard for men to find purpose. It's also hard for men to know what it is to be a man today. Like people are actually confused what the definition of a man and a woman is. So I'm not surprised that we're kind of lost. We don't have the tools anymore to kind of guide us, to kind of tell us what men are. And this is what happened to me. My dad left. I was 14 years old. He wasn't really present even before. Like he was around, but he was always on the road. So it's not like I remember my dad being there even when my parents were still together. But when I was 14, he left. I saw him a handful of time by the time he died, and I think I was about 29 when he died. So for the next 15 years, I saw him a handful of times. So I did not have my biological dad in the picture. And within a year, I was dropping out of school. I was doing drugs every day. I was an alcoholic. I was associating with all the wrong persons. Like if you look at the psychology of a man, we are always looking to emulate. We're always looking for people that we can look up to and say, okay, this is my definition of what a man is, and this is what I want to become. And a lot of people don't realize this, but this is innate. This is something that we do by default. We always look to be surrounded by people we can look up to. But what the hell did I know when I was 14 years old what a good man is? And, back then I was heavily in rap, and I'm not talking about the type of music they're doing today. Like I'm talking about the gangster rap, the guys that come from very, very poor situations, and through selling drugs and making music, they air quote made it. Like they make a bunch of money. They have the cars, they have the money, they have the women. So I emulated what I liked. And that's what I did for 6, 7 years, give or take. And yeah, at the beginning of my 20s, I had an interesting call of my mother called me, which, I don't believe in coincidences. I believe that everything happens for a reason. I got a call from my mother, and she asked me a very simple question that was not judgmental, just a question, existential question, but still a question. She just asked me if I was happy. And to put it into perspective, I left my mother's place. I was 17 years old. I've lived in a lot of different places. I was not a good tenant. I was always getting evicted because, again, all I was interested in is selling drugs, doing drugs, and partying. So I was not, as somebody that rents my house now, I would never have rented to me back then. I was not a good tenant. And so imagine that I'm sitting on the floor of my apartment. I'm getting evicted. My stuff is all in boxes. I don't know where I'm going. I'm literally going to become homeless. I have an opportunity where I can go further down the rabbit hole, if you will. Like, if you stick to something long enough, you start meeting people. And I've met a lot of people through through selling drugs. I was connected with a lot of good people, and I had been offered a very, very cool job back then where instead of selling it, I could start producing it. So there I am, 20 years old. I have an opportunity that could be seen as a promotion, if that's the word we can use, but I have an opportunity to start to step up in what I was doing, but I'm losing my apartment and there's a gap between the two. So I'm not sure how I'm going to bridge that gap between the new opportunity and where I am right now. And like I said, my mom called me, and simple question, are you happy? When you ask that question, like I could ask you that question right now, but if you're not hurting, if you're not in a bad situation, you're just going to brush it off and answer it as, hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm great. Like, that's it. Like, this is how you're
Mm.
going to see the question. But when you're in pain, you're suffering, when you're in a situation where you are ready to listen, because nobody changes because they're happy. People change through pain and suffering. People change when they realize that continuing to do the same thing they're doing right now is simply no longer an option. And this is where I was at. And what's amazing about this is, the relationship I have with my mother, and still to this day, is not the best. Like, I'm a hard person to deal with. So is she. We have our views that are not the same at all on society as a whole. But what's interesting is that when she called me, it was not out of judgment. It was not like, her question did not come as in, are you happy because you're a bad person? It just came in as somebody that cared, which is why I don't believe in coincidences. I really think that my God spoke through my mother, because this is not the type of conversation we would have had. And so for the first time in my life, I actually had to think about something that involved me looking at the type of individual that I was. And if you understand that I'm a drug addict, I'm an alcoholic, I'm a thief, I'm a thug, I don't treat women right. I really don't care. Like, I was so selfish back then, I didn't care. So when you have somebody like that ask you that question, and you start looking at yourself in the mirror for what you are, it's not very pleasant. Let's agree to the the realization that you're not a good person is not a very pleasant one, but that's always the first step. Look at any addiction recovery program, look at anything that will make you look at yourself. The first step is always to admit that you're a problem. There's a problem, and the problem is you. And it's amazing because within a couple of days, and I'm pretty sure that it was that same day, I moved back with my mother, because she asked me, she's like, are you happy? If not, I can give you a roof. Like, I can't pay. You're going to have to do something. You can't just do what you're doing right now. You're going to have to do something else. You're going to have to find work. You're going to have to go back to school. You're going to have to do something. Because at that point, I had 3 years of high school. So the type of jobs I could get realistically were not very much. So
Hmm.
I moved back in. Within a couple of days, I was back living with my mother. And back then, she, like, at that point, my mother was with another man, great man. But all to say that within a couple of days of that conversation, I was back with my mother. Within, man, a couple of weeks, I was attending AA meetings. I kicked my habits. I stopped smoking. I stopped doing drugs. I stopped drinking. I stopped hanging out with all the friends that I had back then. I literally cut everything off. Like when I made the decision to not go down the rabbit hole that I was in already, just to really do a 180 and say, okay, this is what I'm doing right now. This is causing me to be this type of man. If I don't want to be that man anymore, I need to remove all the negative from my life. I need to really take it, throw it in the garbage. And from now on, we're going to do something else. And within 2 years, I kicked all of my habits. I did a high school diploma. I went back, I did an 18 months fast track college degree, discovered the gym, discovered martial arts. Really, my life, I took the day I decided to take accountability for my actions, completely changed where my life was headed. And to this day, this was in every story, there's always, in every book that you read, there's always a part that changes everything for the main character. Like, it's
Yeah.
always one single decision that you take that completely changes the rest of his life. And that phone call was mine.
Well, thank you. There's tons of good stuff in there, and I was making the points in my head of all the things I wanted to follow up with you, and there's so many I'll probably forget them. So I
No
apologize,
worries.
but
No
because you
worries,
made
man.
loads of great points. The first point I wanted to ask you about, and it's for the benefit of people who are in the same position, if they have a parent or a dad who's left when they're younger, many people may be conscious and maybe unconscious. They don't even know that they've given that meaning. But
Yep.
what meaning did you give that? What was your interpretation of that when you were 14?
I, you know, it, he wasn't really present prior to that. So to me, I don't think mentally, at least, like, consciously, it didn't change much. At least from what I remember. Unconsciously, that's a very different thing. Like, it's completely different because, again, like I was saying, we want to follow. Men want to be surrounded by other men that they see greater than themselves, that they can look up to. Every son looks up to their father. This is a fact we all do. No matter if the father is good or not, we will look up to them because that's what we do. And all it did is shift my focus. Instead of looking up to that guy, I started looking for something else, for something that I found was better. And this is the problem, because you see it with men in throughout society today. You see that as a constant everywhere, where men do not have either the father figure, or they don't have the masculine men in their life that can teach them what it is to be a man. So they try to find what they believe is a good man, what they believe they should become, but they don't have the knowledge. Just like I was when I was 14, they don't have the knowledge as to what is a good man. What am I supposed to be looking for? Because look at today. We idolize men that have sociopath behaviors. So we veneer money. And I'm a capitalist. Don't get me wrong. I'm a capitalist. I believe that true. You should get paid. If you're more talented, you make more money, you invest more time, you invest more of your energy in something, you should get paid appropriately. So I believe in money. But what I'm saying is, money has a tendency to corrupt people, or not even corrupt, to expose, to really give the opportunity of the real self to be exposed. I don't think money changes people. Money enables people. But we idolize men that don't care. They're selfish as hell, that all they want is to make more money because this is what they want. But they don't apply that money towards something that is good. If you know, my mentor is a guy that built himself up from nothing. He comes from immigrant parents, somehow put himself through law school. Now he's worth millions upon millions of dollars. To this day, he spends at least one day a week working for charities. Like, he gives one day out of his week back to his community, and he's been doing this for years, and he will always do this. Like, I don't know if you know what the Rotary clubs are, but
Heard of them.
they yeah, so he's part of the Rotary Club, which they're the ones that are said to have cured polio. Like, they're the ones through money that they gathered cured it. But the point is that they're all people from the community that normally are extremely intelligent, extremely wealthy, that do philanthropy work. Like, you will see those guys picking up garbage on the side of the highway. It doesn't look like it from afar. You're just driving by, but those guys are extremely important in their community, and they understand to give back. But this is not something we teach our kids anymore. We teach, yes, money is important because money means freedom. But if you have money, give some back to the people. Give your time back. And those are the things that we don't teach. We idolize people that are selfish. Look at sports, for example. Most men, especially in the US, most men are fascinated by football. Like, absolutely. As a Canadian now traveling the US, it's insane how they like their football. How many football athletes do you hear that are giving a ton back to their community? Very small. Like, they're
Yeah,
very small percentage.
most sportsmen, typically anyway, they blow a lot of their money and then struggle later on in life because they only have a short career in what they're doing.
4 years on average. If you look at an athlete in the NFL and the NHL, if you look in most sports, it's so brutal on the body. It's about 4 years on average. Like, very few people will have a 12, 15 years career. But the thing is, we idolize those people. So we idolize people. On one side, we idolize the fact that they were able to achieve things that most can only dream of because they were so dedicated to their craft. Don't get me wrong, if you're playing in the NFL, you didn't fall into it. You've been working your butt off for a very long time. So you are dedicated, you're disciplined, you have a lot of the values that a good man should have. But it's the ethic part, it's the morality part that we've completely removed. Like, right now, everybody's selfish. We don't care about our fellow men. We don't care to help them. It's just, I'll do me. We're basically teaching our kids to not worry about others and just do them. But at the end of the day, if you look throughout history, men are meant to serve. Men are the first line and last line of defense for their society, for their countries, for their families. We're meant to protect our families. We are meant to provide for them, not just monetarily, but emotionally. We are supposed to be kind of a brick wall in front of our family. Our family stands, they always say that behind every great man, there's an even greater woman. This is true because women support men, but it goes further than that. Why is she behind the men? Not because she's second to the men, but because men's job's to protect her. I'm 210 pounds. My girlfriend is 110 pounds. If she stands behind me, you don't see her. Does that mean that she comes second to me? No. That simply means that she supports me. She believes in what I do. She is there for me emotionally. She tells me that what I'm doing is right. She confirms this stuff. But my role is to protect her. So those are the things that we completely forgot. And this is not just men. When I say we, I'm talking about society as a whole, because look at what goes on right now. You have men that are confused. They don't know what it is to be a good man. We've removed basically every rites of passage from our society, so we don't have those steps that we normally would have, where men would teach boys what it is to become a good man. And we're to a point where women now think they don't need men. So not only are our boys not being taught what it is to be a good man, but on the other side, the sex that they want to be with, who they want to build a family with, they want to build a life with, is literally being taught that men are not important, that we don't need them anymore. So it's no wonder that if you look at our men of today, they're so confused. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind, because at the end of the day, this society that we live in, at least in North America, was built by men. It is still, and it's through their suffering, it's through doing tough job, is to, just because they want to provide for their families, they do all the tough job. Like 95% to this day, 95% of the 20 most dangerous jobs in the world are done by men. Why? Is it because we enjoy it? No. I guarantee you those guys don't like to play, they don't like to work those jobs, but they know that the higher the risk, the higher the reward. The higher the reward, the better my family's life is going to be. This is what we do. Men build this society in order for our family to be safe. This is what we do. To this day, who do you think is fixing the roads? Who do you think is building buildings, is fixing cars, is going to come save you if your house is on fire? Who's going to save you if something's happening to you and you need help? Men. It's always men. And we do it because we are meant to serve. We don't understand it. We might have forgotten it. It's unconsciously men choose those roles, but at the end of the day, men are meant to serve. And we need to be reminded that our society was built by men, and to this day is still maintained by men. So we need to stop feeling we need to realize how privileged we are. Because we are privileged. I'm extremely privileged to have been born in a society where there's people out there helping me, although they don't even know me. And I recognize this. I will tell people, like, how many times in a gym, just in a gym format, I was there at 5 o'clock in the morning. I see a guy that's just putting, the yellow vest. So I know he's a construction worker. And I just thank him. I'm like, hey, bro, thank you. Keep on the good work. And he looks at me. He's like, what the hell's wrong with you? but this is my point. Like, those guys are there, and we have to stop taking them for granted. So I'm going on a rant here, but it just blows my mind that men and women do not fit together. We're all trying to make it sound like we're all the same, that we're all equal. But if you look at what equality means, it means that we're the same. Men and women are not equal because we're not the same. I'm not, in the face of the law, you want men and women to have the same rights, 100%. But when it comes to our natural abilities, to our natural skills, we're not the same. We're not equal. We're completely different. And this is a good thing. Why would I want to be with somebody that's exactly just like me? I don't. I want to be with somebody. My girlfriend does not have the same qualities I do. And this is what I love about her, is she complements who I am. And I see it in a way, if I'm going to raise kids with her, I want somebody that has natural skills that I don't possess, so that she can teach that to my kids, and I will teach what a man is supposed to teach their children.
Yeah, you touched on something which I thought about before, which is sometimes people conflate the fact that men and women should be treated equally under the law, as you said, but then they go one step further and say that they're the same, and I do think that that's illogical. So you did actually answer one of the questions which I was going to ask you, though, which was what constitutes a good man. So if there's anything else that you want to add in addition to that, please feel free to. But within
I can
your
tell
story,
you right now, but I can tell you right now, I'm writing my second book right now, and this is what it's all about. I've developed what I call the 5 virtues of a good man. And before I go further, I did not invent this. These are principles that have been around for thousands of years. I'm a big history buff. I love history. I love Stoic principles. And so I've developed those 5 virtues that are just repackaging what men have been doing forever in a way that it makes sense to people today. So a man needs 5 things. He needs courage, first and foremost. He needs to have the balls to do what needs to get done when it needs to get done. And this doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to jump into a house that's on fire. All I'm saying is you need to stand up for what you believe in. whatever. If it's at work, with your family, whatever it is, you need to have the balls to do what needs to get done. Then a man needs to be a protector. So he needs to take over. He needs to control his body. He needs to learn how to, yes, build the skills to be able to protect his family, learn martial arts. But in order to do that, you need to be at a certain fitness level. You need to take care of your body. You need to put the right nutrients. You need to stop treating your body like a garbage. Like, we look right now in the US, we're talking about 42% of Americans are obese and 30% of them are overweight. So that's 72% of the US population that is not in optimal physical shape. And the 28%, I'm not, they're no athletes either. I'm not saying that 28% of the populations are athletes here. I'm just saying that body weight to height is acceptable. So we're talking about 3/4 of the population are such in bad shape. It blows my mind. It is absolutely mind-blowing that we think that it is normal for us to treat our body like a dumpster. And then we we're confused when we don't feel good, when our mind is not working the way it should be working, because everybody out there has the power to take control over their health, to take control on the way you treat your body is 100% on you. 100% on you. The way you look is 100% on you. You control this. This is you. I don't even, you can chop two of my legs off and I will still be in shape. I will still take care of my body because this is a choice that I make. That doesn't mean you need to go to the gym. You should, but that doesn't mean you need to. You could simply eat properly. Just eat well, eat good food, treat your body with the respect that it deserves. And when I say protector, it's because it's an umbrella, right? Men are supposed to be protecting their family, but this represents the physical body. This represents everything that you need to do in order to take control of your body, because this is the first step. To master yourself, you need to master your body first. Mastering your body will give you access to your mind. If you have the discipline to eat properly, to go to the gym, to start doing martial art, stick to it for 2 months. I guarantee you, not only are you going to feel better in your body, but your mind is going to start operating at a level that you've never experienced before. The clarity of mind comes from controlling your body, from taking over your body. And so courage, provider, being a protector, being a provider, that's the mental aspect. Yes, provider means that as a man, you should make as much money as you can so that you can support your family. You can build, I hate that term, but a safe space for your family to be in. Your house where you live should be a safe space for your children. They should feel safe in that space, because if they don't, they'll never be able to grow. Fear and survival are not, you cannot grow if all you're thinking about is fear and surviving. That is how your mind works. It's one or the other. You either are in a survival mode or you're in a growth mode. And this is what you're supposed to provide your children. So make as much money as you can, use your natural skills to build that knowledge, to build that intelligence, that to build those skills that you need to have in order to make more money. I'm a good salesman. There is no wonder I ended up in sales for 12 years. I have those natural skills and somehow I ended up in there. But when I did, I spent years studying psychology, NLP. I've done some certifications just for the hell of it because it made me better as a sales rep. I embrace this. Now I teach it to people. This is what I do for a living since I started my company. So is that what I wanted to do when I was young? Hell no. But I know that I have natural skills. So men need to stop thinking in the beginning of their careers that, oh, I want to do what I'm passionate about. Bro, you have no clue what you're passionate about. Stop it. The goal here, stop being selfish and start being selfless. Think about the family that you might not have right now, but that will one day depend on you. Right now, build this, develop your natural skills in order to make the most money possible. Develop your mind so that you know how to choose a partner. Develop your mind so that you can have the knowledge to become wise. Because at the end of the day, this is what we lack today. Men are not wise. They have no understanding of how life works. And you build your body, you build your mind, and probably the hardest part of everything is temperance. That's the one I struggle with every day. This is the one I struggle with my whole life, and I will probably struggle with for the rest of my life. But being able to be in control of your emotions. You either, as a man, you either control your emotions or they control you. That's it. Those are your options. And if you don't control your emotions, that means you're easily controllable. Anybody can control you. They just need to do something that triggers you, air quotes, that triggers you, and then you go off the hinges and you lost control. So you're extremely, extremely easy to control if you do not control your emotions. And it goes even further than that. If you look at a woman, women are extremely emotional. They have a lot of estrogen in their body, and that is one of the side effects of having a lot of estrogen. Women are emotional. Ask any women out there, as much as they want to have a guy that's in touch with their emotions, they don't want to be dating a woman. They don't want somebody that always losing his cool on everything. They want somebody that's more stoic than they are, because by being stoic, men are capable or are enabling women to be feminine. Being overly emotional is not a masculine trait. It is a feminine trait. And as men, there's studies that came out that shows that in order for a woman to be a great mother, she needs to feel safe first and foremost. So you need to protect her. Awesome. We talked about this. You need to be a provider. She needs to feel safe. Awesome. We talked about this. But it also shows that you need to be more controlled so that you can enable her to be emotional. That's what women are. They are emotional creatures, and it's a beautiful thing. Like, is there something sexier than a woman that just is, for no reason, dancing and singing? She could be outside, it starts raining, and for some reason, she finds it interesting to start dancing in the rain. Guys don't normally do that. Women do. And that's a beautiful thing because they're just being feminine. So by developing temperance, we allow our women to be women. And last point, the last virtue of a good man is to be faithful, is to have faith. And I'm a Christian. I believe in God, but you don't necessarily need to be religious in order to have faith, because yes, faith is seen as a religious term nowadays, but if, for sake of argument, let's replace faith by believe. There's three types of in my mind, there's three types of faiths. The first faith being believing in yourself. How can you expect to ever become self-confident if you don't first believe that you're capable of doing it? How can you expect to build meaningful relationship with others if you don't first believe that they are the people they say they are? And how can you ever find purpose, real life purpose, if you don't first believe that you were put here for a reason, that you being born was meaningful? There is a reason why you are on this earth right now. So as
Well,
much as faith is religious, it doesn't need to be. I think it is, but it doesn't need to be.
thank you very much for what did you call those 5 principles?
The 5 virtues of a good man are being courageous, being a protector, being a provider, having temperance, and having faith.
The virtues, yeah. It's actually a term which I've looked into recently, and the definition of virtue, unless I'm mistaken, is having high moral character. So
100%.
yeah,
This is why I
I
call
really
them
like
virtues.
those.
This is why I call them virtues, because morality, as I was saying earlier, is what's missing today. People don't live by virtues anymore. We just do whatever the hell we want when we want it. We're just selfish. We don't care.
Well, you mentioned in your story about the fact that you were struggling with drugs and alcohol, and I
Mm.
think many people have been in that position, but they haven't been able to necessarily change that. So
Yep.
I know that you had the call from your mum, which was should we say, a big moment in your life. But
Sure.
if you were able to perhaps offer some advice to someone who was also in that position of struggling with those things, what would you say to them?
At the end of the day, the call that I got from my mother is not what changed me. The decision that I made to change is what changed me. I just had to hear it from an external source, and that's normally what happens. We choose to change when we're hurting so bad that there's no way we can continue doing what we're doing. So, for a drug addict, it could be an overdose. It could be an alcoholic. It could be waking up one day in his own piss and poop and realizing that, is this really my life? Is this really the type of person that I am? It doesn't need to be necessarily somebody telling you something, but there needs to have an incident that's happening that makes you look at who you are. Many people have this, but they're not conscious of the impact that they have, that how strong they're. This is the thing. We If you look at any problem in society today, I don't care which one it is, you can boil it down to accountability. There is a lack of accountability somewhere. Show me a problem, I'll show you somebody that did not want to do their job, that pointed the fingers at somebody else and said, not my problem. And this is the first step. It's to become accountable. We all become accountable through different situations because we don't have the same life. We're not the same people. Maybe it's going to take you 10 times that you wake up in your own shit and your own piss as an alcoholic to realize that you need to change. Maybe, you know what? Maybe you need to end up in jail for drunk driving. Maybe you need to hurt somebody so bad because you're drunk, you're a violent alcoholic like I was. The element that's going to make you look at your life and make you realize that you cannot continue this way is different for everybody. But the response always has to be the same, that you look at yourself in the mirror and you accept the fact that you're not a good person, that you are flawed, that you're a sinner, that that you've done a lot of mistakes, that you've hurt a lot of people around you. And you can't change that. You cannot change what you've done in the past. So there's no point dwelling on it. If apologies are needed, you should do it because it's as good for you as it is for others. But at the end of the day, you need something to happen to you that will put you in the proper mind state, or you have to be faced. To me, I don't think the best teachers on this planet are pain and suffering. They're the greatest of teachers. You never learn from everything going well. You learn when shit hits the fan, and that's what things needs to happen. That's what needs to happen for people. If you're hurting right now, but you're not hurting enough, like the comfort zone, if you will, if we can call it that, the comfort zone is deadly because you're never hurting enough to want to change. And this is where most people find themselves today. Even if you're a drug addict, you're so comfortable. I've known many, many functional drug addicts. They're alcoholics. They're capable of not drinking during the day, but as soon they go to work, they do what they need to do. But then at night, that's all they do. All they do is they consume drugs and they drink. That's it. But they're functional. They've mastered a way to just be in between. Those guys will never change. Chances are those guys will never change because they figured out a way to be both. They are capable of having a job, so they're not hurting that bad. And then they're wasting their whole life on their addiction. But this is comfort. This is very comforting for them because they get to do what they like, drink, do drugs, while still being responsible as per society because they have a job and they provide. So this is why most people don't change. This is why most people, you know, when what's the number one regret? So there was studies that came out. They went to talk to people that were on their deathbed. What's the number one regret of the dying?
I heard in terms of the number one regrets is too much time in the office. I know that that's one of them.
The main one is to have lived a life others expected of them and not live the life they wanted to live. This is the number one regret. Now, what does that mean in a real life? Stop trying to please others. You know, a lot of people are alcoholics and drug addicts because they're not happy, because they're trying to, it's a coping mechanism. Why are they in this situation? Because they're trying to be somebody that they're not. There's something inside them that is driving them to try to satisfy others. They don't realize it, but that's what's happening. If you're an alcoholic, you're trying to escape something. I that 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 crap that people say, no, I just enjoy drinking. Yeah, okay, you know what? I enjoy drinking too. I still drink every now and then, but it's a couple of times. It's a 3, 4 times a year. When it's a beautiful day, sitting outside with a cigar, I'll have one drink or two, but that's it. I understand where alcohol brings me. I have a very addicted personality, so I know where it brings me. But this is what it comes down to. I'm very happy in what I do in life because I'm living my purpose. I'm living my life. I'm living the life I'm supposed to be living. I'm not living the copy. I'm not living what people expect from me. I really don't care what people expect from me. I really couldn't care less. I don't care what people's opinion of me is. I don't care what they want me to do because it's not going to happen. I follow my heart. As cheesy as this sound, I follow my heart. My heart has always been right because God speaks to me through my heart. He tells me what I'm supposed to be doing, and I just, I'm a follower. So I'm a follower of my God, and I that's what I do. I know what's right, and I just do it. And man, you look at my life. I've lived 3 lifetimes, and I'm 41 years old. I look at the people I grew up with. They're still doing the same thing. They're still getting high every day or every weekend. They're drinking. They still live in the same town. They have shitty jobs that they're not happy. Why? Because that's what's expected of them. They've never considered looking outside the box and say, you know what? What do I want in all of this? What should I be doing? Screw what people think. Just do what I want to do. And look, I guarantee you that if you look at all those alcoholics, if you look at all those guys that are drug addicts, they are not living the life they want to live. There's something stopping them from doing it themselves. And that's how they cope with it. Instead of it's hard to be accountable, brother. It's hard to look at yourself in the mirror and say, you know what, Nico, you're an asshole. You're not a good man. You've done a lot of bad things in your life. You've hurt the people that you love. You stole from them. You're not a good person. At the end of the day, you're an ass. And that's a reality. That's hard, man. It's very hard to look at yourself and call it for the way that you are. And
Well, you've
instead of
provided a nice segue there. So, because you spoke about purpose, and I specifically highlighted a particular part of your profile, and that part is how following your personal legend is the answer to your midlife crisis. Because that's what your book is about,
Yep.
if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yes,
would you
sir.
be willing to share a little bit about that topic?
Yep. Personal legend again is not a term I invented. I don't know if you ever read The Alchemist from Paulo Coelho, but probably my number one book. It's super easy. I read it once a year, and every time I read it, there's always something new that I'm like, oh wow, I've never realized that before. But super simple. I'm not a story guy. Like I don't read stories. I read on very heavy subjects like psychology, for example, is my favorite thing to read. And but this story really talks to me because it is about men, it is about psychology, and Paulo Coelho did it in such a brilliant way that he explains how it's the story of a young man that goes after his personal legend. Personal legend, you can say that it's his purpose, but that's what the whole book is about. It's super simple. It'll take you 3 hours, maybe. Like sit out on a nice Sunday in the sun and you read the book. It'll probably take you 3, 4 hours tops, and it's done. But that term as in this is what every person on this planet chases, and if you don't chase after it, it will one day disappear. But the day that you start chasing after it, the universe, God, nature, however you want to call it, will start conspiring to help you. If you start paying attention, if you start being aware, being accountable is the perfect word. If you start being accountable, you will start becoming aware. By becoming aware, you'll start seeing what you want, what you want to chase. But this is what the personal legend is. Now, one of the things that Paulo Coelho doesn't talk in his book, and I think it's important that we do, is there are in my head, there's three different purposes in a man's life. There's three different times in a man's life, and he has three different purposes depending on that time. And the first purpose of a man is to become a good man. So being a boy is to go through rites of passages, because men are not born, men are made. We're made through trials and tribulation. This is how we become men. Like Chris Roth talks about this in one of his skits, and I absolutely love it. Only women, children, and dogs are unconditionally loved. Men are only loved in a context that they bring something to the equation, that we bring something to the table. But for us to bring something to the table means that we need to build virtues. We need to live by a set of virtues. We need to live, but we need to develop a set of skills and values that will help us bring something to the table. And it all starts by more mature men teaching their sons, nephews, cousin, society, like the people in your neighborhood, people in your community. They teach boys how to become men. This is the first purpose of a man, is to become a man. Once that man has certain skills where he's accepted by his community, he needs to develop the skills or the virtues to become a good man, which are the five virtues that I'm talking about. And a lot of men stay there. Like a lot of men, would our society be very different if men would take those virtues by heart, like they would live by those virtues? Men don't need to find purpose later on in life, because that can become their purpose. Taking care of your family is noble as hell. I don't think what what can be more noble for a man than to be a protector and to be the provider of his family? To be
Yeah,
able to
I
give your
use the term
kids.
meaningful rather than that, but I think we're probably using it in the same way.
Yeah, that's your absolutely. There's what better purpose? Because at the end of the day, what's purpose? It's meaning. It's life meaning. You know, I don't believe in depression. I don't believe that men are depressed. I believe that men lack purpose. Have you ever, and to my point, have you ever met somebody that's depressed, that's purposeful, that has purpose in life? Never. You'll never meet somebody that's depressed that has purpose. But the opposite is also true. Have you ever met somebody that has purpose that's depressed? No, because they know why they're here. A man can never feel meaningful if he does not have purpose. Like a man's life without purpose is meaningless. No wonder men are air quotes so depressed today. So and this is where my book on purpose is not on the first two purpose of a man. Like I said, rites of passages, I will write a book on that eventually. My second book is on those five virtues. So how does a man become a good man? But the book I wrote was really for the midlife crisis. Guys that are, and I don't like that term, but everybody knows what I'm talking about when I say midlife crisis. But the period between the time that a man is 35 to 45, give or take. I was 37, but same, right? And this is where a man hopefully has built some type of wealth, knowledge, wisdom, skills. He lives by a set of virtues where he's been doing what he was supposed to do. He maybe, hopefully, he has a family. He's providing, he's being the protector that they need. Now, what comes next? Because after a while, your kids don't need you as much. Like it's time for you to get to the next chapter, and this is what normally happens to men. They start getting older, they start realizing that, you know what, I'm 40 years old, so I'm 41 years old, so as per the studies out there, I've lived more than half my life for a man. So that means that half of my life is gone. Now what am I going to do with the rest? And this is what the midlife crisis is. You start realizing that one day you're going to die. And today we've made a farce of it. We laugh at this because we imagine a fat, bald headed guy trying to divorce his wife and buy a sports car so that he can date younger women. But I don't want to go on a rant here, but this is so much crap because women are the one divorcing their husbands, not the other way around. Like 70 to 90% of divorces are initiated by women. So that whole thing is so wrong. This is just a blame game. It's not true. But all to say, that's the image that we have in our heads. But those men are going through an existential crisis. Like those guys are going through something that is extremely meaningful, where they are looking at their lives to say, what have I accomplished? And I feel that I can do more. It's beautiful. It's, to me, it's a beautiful thing. I go through those moments at least once a year. I love them. It sucks though, because you think you should always be further ahead. You always think that you should have accomplished more. This is how we are, and it's fine. But we're not teaching our kids today to deal with our emotions in a way that we can look at them for what they are and embrace them. Because again, pain and suffering are the greatest teachers. And instead of trying to run away from it and distract yourself by buying a nice car, by quitting your job, by trying to do something else that makes no sense just because you don't know what else to do, but you know something needs to get done, spend time alone with yourself. I spent, before going on this trip, I've been traveling now for 13 months. Prior to that, I lived 2.5 years in the woods. And the first year and a half of that, I was alone. And when I say the woods, I'm talking you can walk your dog on the main road and you'll meet nobody. I was in the woods. But why do you think I did that? Because I needed to spend time with myself. I needed to figure out, what the hell am I doing? I'm tired of my corporate job. I'm tired of doing what I'm doing. I don't feel that I'm bringing anything to the equation. I don't feel that I'm making this world a better place. And this is what, at the end of the day, your midlife crisis is that you don't feel you're participating anymore. You feel that you can do better. You can do something else. And, you know, I live my life today with this in mind. With the day that I stand before my God, I want to be able to tell him that I've done more good than bad. I want to say that I made this place, this earth of ours, a better place. This is what I live by. And I believe that unconsciously, men are facing that when they're in their middle life crisis. They're scared of dying. They realize that they're going to die. And the only reason that you would be scared of dying is because you know that you could do more. You could be better. You could bring more to the equation, because I'm not scared of dying. I'd rather not die. I'd rather continue living, but that's not my choice. Like whatever happens is out of my control. But I know that if I were to meet my maker today, we could agree that I've done more good than bad. And God knows I've done some wrong in my life. God knows. But I've done more good than bad. And at the end of the day, this is what it is. So this is the purpose that is facing men in their let's call it 40s, that are facing men in their 40s. They just don't know how to deal with it. They don't understand how to cope with it, in the same way that they don't know how to become a good man. We don't teach that anymore. This purpose to find your personal legend, to really find what you were put on this earth to do. Again, we don't teach that.
Well, it sounds like a fascinating book, and you've made some really good points in terms of why someone should buy it.
You
If
don't even
someone
need, hey
wants
man, you
to,
don't even need to buy it. Go to my website, go under resources, and I had somebody do the narration. Frank is a maniac. I absolutely love, because in that book, I swear I speak like I'm talking to you right now. And he did a phenomenal job at the narration. And I pulled it from Audibles. Like I broke out of my deal that you have with Audibles, and I have it for free on my website. You can go into resources, you can download the narration for free. So don't even need to buy it. Like I'm happy to give it away for free.
well, I'll put that link in the notes below. Have you got any closing thoughts for us today?
Man, thank you for letting me go on a rant, because that's what it feels like I've been doing. It's been an hour and I'm just like ba 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 ba. So yeah, man, I'm just passionate about this stuff. And if there are men out there that have questions, that want to know more, reach out to me. Find me on social media somewhere, and I always try to take the time to answer people. And even if you disagree with me, I welcome the conversation. Even if you don't agree with me, I welcome it. I want to be challenged. So, yep.
All right. Well, thank you for being a great guest today, Nico.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for letting me talk.
Next up, we have Dr. Lynn Carey, and Dr. Lynn can be found at creatingmydesiredlife.com. Lynn, welcome.
Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
It is very much my pleasure. Would you like to take a moment and tell the audience a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, so I always go back to my teenage years when I got diagnosed with scoliosis, which is curvature of the spine. I ended up doing exactly what the medical world suggested, which was having Harrington rods put in my spine when I was 15. And the surgery itself was a success, according to them, but it left me sick and in pain for years. And it wasn't until I was in college, around 19 years old, that I was just trying to find myself and still struggling with all my different ailments. And someone told me to look into chiropractic as a profession. And I read the pamphlet, and the philosophy was the first time that I ever heard truth or anything that resonated with me that made sense. It said the power that made the body heals the body. And I thought, all these years I've been asking the doctors what's wrong with me, and none of them had an answer except to write a stronger prescription. So that philosophy just got me. I went to school in the philosophy. I didn't even start getting adjusted until I got to chiropractic school. And it was the beginning of a journey that completely changed my life and started me on a spiritual path.
Thank you for the introduction. There is something that I wanted to speak to you about today, and perhaps your introduction ties into that. And that is how all the areas of your life, mindset, relationships, and money affect your health. So would you say your introduction relates to that topic?
Absolutely. I learned becoming a chiropractor, and through my own healing journey, through working on people in my practice, I noticed that mindset is everything. Stress is everything on how your immune system heals and functions. And there is an emotional and mental component to mostly every disease, or as a chiropractor, I look at it as just dis-ease in the body. And even scoliosis. My spine was in an S shaped, so it was going in two different directions. And I found out the emotional component is that you feel like you're being pulled in two different directions. And I can definitely verify that I felt that way in a few reasons. Number one, I felt like there had to be more to life than what I was being shown. I was very depressed as a kid. Everybody working hard, not much fun, not much happiness. I hated school, but I excelled. I worked really hard, but I just didn't find much joy in all of it. And so I was being told by society that this is the way it is. But there was something deeper in me that felt like there has to be something else. I was pulled in two directions. And also in another way, my father died when I was 12. I felt like he was in heaven. I felt like he left me here in hell on earth. And my mom was here on earth. So I felt like I had a parent in each direction, definitely pulled in two directions. I felt torn about that. So I do believe that, and I would look at, when I would address people in the office, I would say, when they say a symptom just came on, like, oh, this pain just came on. And I was like, well, are you more stressed out or something going on in your life? And they're like, no, everything's fine, normal. And they would tell me about their day, and I would be stressed just hearing about it. That type of high level stress has become normal, what we consider normal, and it's not. So if you're not dealing with the emotional mental component, whether it's coming from your job, the amount of money you make, the relationships in your life, having not finding purpose or passion in your life, getting up every day, eventually that's blocked energy in your life, and it has to come out somewhere. And most of the time it comes out physically in the body as dis-ease.
So what would you do? Let's say if you could give someone some advice and they were overly stressed, how would you encourage them to deal with that?
Yeah. Sometimes uncovering the stress or trying to figure out how to deal with the stress can be just as stressful, right? So I always say, you can just start with baby steps. And I think such a great place and such an easy thing to do is just to journal. When you put pen to paper, there's something very therapeutic, and it's very healing, especially with your brain. It starts to tap into a different area within yourself. So I believe people can write down I always say the main question is, what would you like your desired life to look like? If you could create the perfect life, what is it? A lot of times people will have certain areas that are perfect, right? They're happy with certain areas of their life, but there's usually one or two areas that they really feel is like pressing on them. So I say, if you had your ideal life, what would it look like? So you can start journaling ideas. When people say they don't know what it would look like, I think a lot of times they just are afraid to dream, or they don't think it's possible. So a lot of times they won't, go there, like to explore those options of that dream. But to me, I believe the dreams are the soul's journey. So I think everything is possible. I think we have to remove those limiting beliefs. That's the societal structure has put that on us. So just by journaling and jotting ideas down, you might not necessarily know how you're going to make that happen. But what you're doing is you're opening up to the universe to connect dots for you, things that you may never have thought of. People come into your life who may have answers for you, a book, a podcast, things show up that start giving you more and more pieces to the puzzle, pieces to create the picture. And I think that's really by us uncovering our limiting beliefs and the fears and the things that hold us back, and by going after our dreams, is really what creates our immune system, our well-being, our happiness. That is what we're here for. I truly believe that.
And do you have any of your old journals where you did that and you can look back on it at sort of in a positive way?
Oh yeah, I'm a big writer. It's funny because I've been journaling since I was 11, and I always complained. I noticed growing up, I would kind of vent in my journal of everything that was wrong. And then once I became a chiropractor, my first 3 years in practice, I was very mindful of creating a gratitude journal. So I'd have my regular journal, and then I would do a gratitude journal where I'd just make lists of at least 5 things every day that I'm grateful for. And I noticed those lists turned into 25 things, and the whole page would be filled up. And then eventually I realized, I didn't need to have 2 separate journals. I realized shifted myself to start looking at everything in life as a blessing. I'm definitely more oriented to looking what's right instead of what's wrong. And so I really just combined the gratitude and the regular journal. And now I just reflect on my day and kind of write the highlights of, look how many things were cool today. Look how many things went right, or things that happened. So it definitely made a difference.
So if someone were to ask you, let's say you take them from someone who's not currently doing that, and they introduce at very least a journal, or perhaps what's better is a gratitude journal, what would they expect to see differently in their life?
I think what happens is, as humans, human nature is to look at the problems, right? We're always looking at what has to be fixed about ourselves, about life, about other people. We're always problem solving in a negative way. We're criticizing, we're judging. But when you start to look at, oh, well, maybe this is happening for a reason. I mean, even chiropractic, it totally reoriented me to look at what's right with the body and not what's wrong. We look at symptoms as that's your body's inner wisdom rebalancing itself, healing itself, clearing out the old that it doesn't need, and resetting itself to make itself new. So that's a positive. Symptoms are positive, right? We learn to honor that process. So by looking at making lists of things that you appreciate, or things that inspire you, or positive things that happen in the day. I mean, even if it's simple as I saw this cute little dog and I got to pet him, or it just made me smile, like little things like that. And what happens is you open yourself up to a new perspective. You also open yourself up to the universe to bring you more of that, of what's right, and more solutions than more problems.
Thank you for that. Just coming back to the curvature in your spine, would you say that you're healed now, or is that still ongoing?
Yeah, I don't have any problems like when I was a teenager. One thing that helped me heal as I was learning to understand the body and honoring how the body functions and heals, like there's an inner wisdom running the body all the time. As I was having that understanding, it was also at a time where the medical world did everything they could for me and it didn't work. So I kind of had nothing but time and nothing but I was open to a new solution, because everything I had done for the last 5 years didn't work. So, and I was also around a lot of people who were supportive of natural healing. So I had that emotional support also. So what happened because of all of that, I lost the fear that I couldn't heal. Because a part of me I thought was, I'm just getting worse. Every time I felt more pain, it's getting worse. I'm never going to get better. You start going there because the pain can be so crippling. The sickness can be so crippling. When you get strep throat for the 6th month in a row, like you're always sick. It's just so depressing. But when I realized I could get better, I lost the fear that I'm getting worse. And that really, I believe, empowered me to just start to heal. And so I've never been healthier now than I'm healthier now than I was when I was a teenager, and I'm going to be 50 in May. I completely look at things differently. And I believe now I don't like labels. I think every society gets stuck in a disease name. And I think that's disempowering. Really, I look at it as, how are you flowing your energy in your life? How are you flowing your energy in your body? Do you just need rest? Do you need to rebalance something? And most of the time, if I get symptomatic, it's because I'm stressed out in some area of my life, whether I was stressed out with some person. I didn't feel like I spoke up or spoke my truth. My throat might get a little scratchy. And I rarely get pain. If something shows up, like especially like a low back pain, I'm like, ooh, that must be like money issues or old deep fears of my childhood. But what happens is it goes away. Like it'll show up, and I swear within 24 hours or a couple days, my body heals, and I don't take any medications. I'm not going to see somebody, So it's a very natural come and go. I just honor the process. I don't have fear of it. I think a lot of us are right away, we're ready to label it with something and drug it because we got to get rid of it. Like as soon as somebody feels a cold coming on, they label it, oh, I have a cold, I'm coming, I got to get the cold medicine. And I'm like, I don't think like that anymore. I don't speak in disease. I don't try to suppress it. And I noticed your immune system is much healthier when you just let things run its course and you honor that the body needs rest. You honor the emotions and mental state that you're in. It all works together.
That's an interesting answer. You mentioned previously about the fact that you were in a lot of pain, and I just wonder whether there's any advice you can give someone who's in the same position. So it may not necessarily be about the spine, but someone who's perhaps got an ongoing issue, and how you learn how to deal with that pain in your mind, at least.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. If you're in physical pain, I do believe that one of the things you can still do is to journal, because some part of you knows why you're creating this in your body. There's something imbalanced in your life. So you have to be really honest, and uncover the layers of what's truly going on. Like become aware of every area of your life, the relationships, the people around you, the job that you're doing, how you feel when you're in every environment, because that's going to give you clues to where this pain is coming from. But another great thing is to start seeing a natural healer, like an alternative healer, whether it's a massage therapist, chiropractor, acupuncturist, a naturopath, somebody who can help you either get the body work or get you reoriented to help you balance your body's energy. Sometimes you just need like a mentor or a guide. It's not that they do it for you, but they start to help reorient you to how you're flowing your energy, and they'll give you tools. Like they're just tools. All that body work is tools to get you reconnected to the energy in your body. And I believe eventually, like for myself, I learned how to connect the energy myself. I feel like we have to learn to do the inner work to align ourselves. It's okay to go get the body work done, but a lot of times I know people would come in and want me to fix them. That's the wrong mindset. It's not that person's going to fix you, but it's about reorienting you to get reconnected with the energy of your body so that you can do that inner work, because that's where the true healing happens. You can get a quick fix. Maybe the adjustment clears it for a minute, but why does it come back in a week or a month or next year? Because you didn't get in tune with the emotion behind it or whatever was going on in your life. So I feel like the true healing happens when you really connect to the emotion and the mental state and the energy of your body and really be with it.
So let's say there's someone who they're totally sold on what you've said in relation to journaling. They've got this nice journal that's completely blank, nothing in it. What do they do first?
The first is you can start in a couple different places. One, you can really be honest and ask yourself, are you living your desired life? Is every area of your life how you want it to be? And be honest, is it or is it not? If it's not, what would you choose to fix? And journal some of those ideas, and just dream big. Don't try to rationalize if this can or cannot be done, if it's too good to be true, blah, blah, blah. Just journal the ideas. Another place to start is, I think, the gratitude list or appreciation list. Make lists of things that make you happy every day, or that you appreciate, things that inspire you. And maybe you don't know right away, but then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that was a really cool experience. Jot it down when you can, And so I think there are a couple of places to really start.
And do you have any advice for people who struggle with the concept of gratitude? It might be someone who's a bit miserable, or someone who's in that habit of looking at, I don't know, glass half empty, for lack of a better term. Have you got any thoughts there?
Yeah, because you really, it's a perspective. So you have to ask yourself, by looking at the glass half empty, is it really serving you? Really, it's just making you find more and more things to criticize and complain about. Because there's definitely something bigger here. I don't know how anybody could deny that there isn't a higher power, a source, a God. And I'm not talking about religion, because I think religion has bastardized this a lot. But just the basis of the chiropractic philosophy, as you and I are sitting here, think about all the functions in your body right now. Your heart, your lungs, your kidneys, the brain, hair's growing, nails are growing. You might have a cut on your skin. It's healing. You're not doing it. You're not consciously doing it. You're not digesting your food that you ate for breakfast this morning. You can't consciously do all that. There's an inner wisdom or innate intelligence that is doing all that all day long, every second. Can you imagine? So what if you tapped into that power that's running your body to learn to heal yourself, to learn to create the life you want? If you start paying attention, there's synchronicities in life. You start speaking about something, it shows up. You think about you might think about a friend and they end up calling you, or you get a message about them. That's not by accident. There's an energy flow in this world. And so just start by honoring look at all the things that your body does. How can you deny that? So when you start practicing gratitude, appreciation, having a different perspective, just being open, life changes.
Thank you for that. You mentioned earlier about the loss of your dad when you were younger. I'm really sorry to hear that you had to go through that. The reason why I bring it up is because it's possible that someone who listens might benefit from perhaps some thoughts that you've had, or some growth that you were able to make on that topic. So if someone is listening and they're going through what perhaps you went through at that time, what advice would you give them?
It's interesting. I think I've always had a different perspective. I realize about my father's death, because I hear a lot of people who lost someone and their grieving process and the pain that they carry. Definitely negative side effects happened. I definitely became probably too independent. I learned to just, maybe I have friendships or relationships that suffered because I'm so independent. I had to learn to let other people in, because there's that, you're going to be abandoned. You have to figure it out on your own. I always thought, well, even if you fall in love and get married, that person could die before you. So it made me look at life differently, to become very independent. I wanted to be learn to be financially free, independent in my life. So it could be negative, put to an extreme, but at the same time, I think it's a positive aspect of myself. I like that I have that. And I always looked at that. I was raised Catholic. So they talked about heaven, and heaven sounded great to me, but yet I saw that nobody wanted to go there. And I thought, heaven sounds a lot better than what we're living here on earth. So I felt like my dad wasn't suffering anymore. And I felt like he was always there with me. And so I lost my fear of death, because I always felt like, well, if I die, I have a parent there waiting for me in heaven. I have a parent here on earth. So I don't have the fear of death. So I feel like his death taught me to live fully. I also believe that he had broken dreams. He was an entrepreneur at heart, and he failed at many businesses. He did not have the right people around him, I believe, to give him the emotional support or guidance he needed to get through that. So and he ended up having to work at a job that he hated. He had to work the night shift. And I could just see the life force being drained out of him. So that's why I know that lifestyle and having purpose and passion and living your dreams contributes to the immune system. I saw that with my father. And I've always felt that he's here with me. So I feel like he was almost became even a better father in the spirit world than if he was here on earth with me, because of his death, it pushed me to explore different topics or different areas in life that I lost a lot of fear about healing, about dying. And I see a lot of people haven't explored that, and they're living in limited beliefs that hold them back in life. So I see so many more blessings from his death, because it taught me how to live, than in the negative. And I never felt like, oh, so he died of cancer, right? That was the label. But I never even felt that, well, I had genetics towards cancer and I'm going to get cancer now. I hear people talk like that too. I'm like, I don't think like that at all. So I feel like his death empowered me to become the person I am, and to really live my fullest, and to learn to live life, not just exist. I see so many people just existing.
Sounds like you took a lot of profound lessons from it. So I guess well done there. You did mention that you became highly independent and that affected some relationships. Do you mind me asking how that's the case? Because I might be guilty of the same thing.
Yeah, I never had the vision of getting married and having kids and, the white picket fence and all that. I still don't. I never got married by choice. I do have a son. He kind of came by default. I was kind of like kicking and screaming. I know he was meant to come into my life because he's the most amazing person I ever met. But it wasn't planned. And I had a lot of fear bringing him into the world. Had a lot of fear that, what if I'm not a good mother? Oh, I can't send him back. It's this very strong commitment, so. But I'm grateful that I've had this journey of becoming my best self. I feel like I've always lived my life to the fullest. I've always made the best decisions that I knew how at the time. Has life unfolded the way I thought it would every moment? No, definitely not. Definitely still have challenges, but I know I've always made the best decision at the time. I never held back. I've always given it my all. And that's why I feel like it's become the greatest life, because I didn't hold back with my fears. I've always went for it. I've always went after my dreams, even if I fell on my face. I learned so much. You become wiser. You gain so much more experience. And I've become interested in life. I have so many interests, and I meet so many new people because of the journey. And I've always wanted to know, what does a life look like? Like, I see a lot of people who just, what I call the rat race living. They're just going to the same job every day that they don't enjoy. They pay the mortgage. I don't know. To me, it's an existence. I wanted more. I wanted to learn to be financially free. I wanted to have things to do. I just didn't want it to be in that humdrum life. And I found other ways to live, and I'm grateful for that. So that's why I always tell people, I really believe the journey of the soul is to go after your dreams, because society paints a picture that we're supposed to look a certain way, right? Like, you're supposed to have these certain things, but then it kind of stops after college or marriage in the mid-20s. And then it's like you have 40 to 60 years left of life that nobody has a roadmap for. And if we want to make a change, we get stressed out. We're afraid to. And I think the greatest gift is to make those changes and to keep growing and to keep evolving. That's why we had ageism. I don't believe that we have to grow old and decrepit and become less of ourselves. I think we can keep becoming more of ourselves till the day we die, till the day we decide to drop this body and move on. So it's important. Your immune system is connected to how fully you're living.
Well, you mentioned a really interesting societal one, which is after the age of 65 at the moment, you're supposed to stop everything you're doing and just do absolutely nothing. And that's a real big societal expectation, instead of, as you say, if you set your ideal in your journal, it could look like anything you want it to, right?
That's right. And that's the experience, I believe, is going after that dream, because you're going to uncover all the mindset beliefs that are holding you back, all the limiting beliefs, every obstacle that you encounter, because your journey is going to look different than mine, even if we set the same goal, because of how we were raised, the culture we were grown up in, right? All our belief systems comes into play. So that's all energy we need to tap into, to uncover, to free up. That's your immune system. That's everything. That's how you're flowing the energy in your body, in your mind, in your emotions, in your life. It's all connected.
Well, we talked about the journal, and I'm interested to know if you set a new page in your journal and it said, what does my ideal life look like? And it's not something which you're currently doing. What's in there at the moment?
I still have the same goal and vision. I'm working on my financial freedom. My life was upturned a little bit because of what happened in 2020. I was doing everything in person, networking events, and I lost that for 2 years. So the way I was building my business was meeting people in person, right? All going to all different events. It was amazing. I was living my dream life. But when I lost all that, I also lost a lot of people in my life because I was speaking up for health freedom, and what was happening politically upset a lot of people who I thought were friends. so I had to reorient myself to build a new network, to do more things online. And I'm kind of old school, so online kind of always has been a struggle, but I do it. I've learned to do the social media because I just look for the positive aspects of it. So I do it for the positive aspects and try to limit the negative aspects of it, right? And so I've just had to reorient myself to learn to rebuild in a different way in these last couple of years, and this last year especially. But it's funny, I kind of hit a little bit of a rock bottom, I would say, in the last year, but I've never felt so much joy. And I thought, man, I've mastered this joy thing. Like I can make myself happy in any situation. And I think that's a gift. And I'm really grateful for that, because inner peace is everything. If you don't have the inner peace, because I remember growing up with the depression or the days that I feel off, they're not even days, they're moments that I feel off. It just doesn't compare to when you feel joy in your heart. You can get through anything when I believe things happen for a reason. And I believe this setback is just, I always come back better. It always is better. I get a new perspective on life. It's like a deeper meaning. So I know this always serves me down the road. I understand, the perspective of why it happened.
Well, thank you for sharing your perspective. I do think it's valuable, and it's been nice to hear. If people do want to follow you on the socials, where do they go?
Yeah, so I have a website. It's called Creating My Desired Life. You can get my book there. You can sign up for my mailing list. I'm also, I guess, I have a YouTube channel. I just do little blurbs on there, and I share a lot of the podcast interviews that I've been on. It's Dr. Lynn Carey. That's also my Instagram handle.
Okay. Is there anything that I should have asked you about today?
I can't think of anything. I think we covered, if we had a good flow, I think we covered a lot.
And have you got any closing thoughts for us?
No, I just like to leave people with, happiness is so important. Happiness was never talked about when I grew up. It was just work hard, right? It was about survival. But I really believe that the key to life is your happiness, and it's deep happiness. It's inner peace. It's inner joy. It's finding your purpose, your passion, to enjoy yourself. And that is the key to healing. That is how if you want your immune system to be really strong, tap into your happiness.
Well, you have inspired me to get a journal, so I appreciate that. That's how you've helped me today. And Lynn, thank you for being a great podcast guest.
Thank you so much for having me, Thomas. This was awesome.
Next up, we have Walt Morgan, and Walt can be found at tliftcoaching.com. Walt, welcome.
Hey, good morning, Thomas. Good morning for me, not for you. And I'm delighted to be here. And I am so grateful for your podcast and your commitment to telling stories. It's such a human thing to share and appreciate stories as part of each of our journey and how we evolve, understanding stories. And I think that's something that your podcast does really, really well. So thank you for offering that.
I appreciate the kind words, and it's very good to have you. Would you like to take a moment and tell the audience a bit about yourself and what you do?
A bit about myself. I am professionally now a senior leadership coach, a developmental human coach. I use a lot of terms, and the journey getting here has involved um, maybe three distinct phases of my life. The first one being uh, being growing up on a ranch in rural Oregon in kind of a tough part of the, reasonably tough part of this world in a logging community. Um, and I hesitate to say tough because, there's always Somalia, right? It's just like, yeah, I used to get my butt kicked from time to time, and it wasn't that bad. Um, and then the middle phase, which was 23 years in the United States Navy as a helicopter pilot, and then the current phase where I serve others in their own personal developmental journeys and support them through their growth.
Well, thank you for that. And it's a good summary of sort of the sections of what I would like to speak to you about today. In terms of what your upbringing was like, me in the south of the UK near the sea, I think I don't have a very good idea of what that would be like based on what you described. So, can you paint the picture for us?
I can. So, we moved to Oregon from California when I was age 6, and Oregon is just where we lived in Oregon is still one of the most beautiful places I know. It is just beautiful, high hills, very, very green, very forested. In fact, that's the primary industry there is forestry. It's just a spectacularly beautiful place with beautiful rivers. And in my own family is my father and my mother and my one sibling. I have an older sister, and my dad was a cowboy, right? He was very um, attached to being on horseback and roping kind of anything that moved, particularly cattle. But he does have a story where he once roped a badger, so maybe more than just cattle. And both my parents were also teachers. And so we moved to Oregon. We had a bit of a hobby ranch of just, 50 acres in which we raised livestock, primarily sheep. But I think my parents did that intentionally to keep my sister and I engaged in hard work. And it was hard work. And the lesson really came through that, which is I don't like hard work. So that's what I learned during my adolescence, that getting up at 5 and toiling and then coming home after school and toiling wasn't my favorite thing, but my dad loved it, right? He was a highly productive human and just liked to create things and make things better. Um, and so I went to school, small school in this area. There were only 30 people in my graduating class from high school, and we pretty much moved as a group from first grade, age 6, all the way through senior in high school, age 18. Like, so we moved, as a 75% common group all the way through there. Um, Education beyond high school wasn't particularly valued. So when I went off to university out of state, there weren't too many of us that did that. And I'd also point out, and I don't know why I share this as part of my story, but it does come up. There's a seemingly unusually large part of us that are dead right now, right? Like I'm 53 years old. Many of us didn't make it to 50. And when I say many, like I can count at least 6 out of 30 off the top of my head, which seems like an unusually high number. There were some drugs incorporated in those deaths. There was one or two of them were beaten to death. When I say it's a tough place, yes, and it's one of those places, if anybody in your audience has read, Hillbilly Elegy, which is kind of a popular book back in 2017 or so to explain the Trump phenomenon here in the United States. Um, But there's this thing that happens when there's an industry, there's a boom, there's an economic boom. In the case of where I was, it was a logging boom, right? Um, it was trees, it was timber, and and there was a lot of money in that, or there's a lot of industry in that. So over time, particularly in the 80s, that became increasingly automated. And as it became automated, the jobs began to dissipate. And as so often the trend, then those that made money in the extraction kind of just up and left the shell of a town behind, and it kind of moves into decline. It doesn't matter what the industry is. There's really a predictable arc of that industry, and the end result is a town that gets left behind, and that's what happened to Yoncalla, Oregon, and in my observation, and in the story that I tell. But something else that I like to share about Yoncalla was this little timber town in rural Oregon in this beautiful setting also attracted some really profoundly impressive people. And in the larger sense, not just like, hey, I met these people and they were amazing, but Lee Whipple, who worked with Martin Luther King Jr. to plan marches and protests in Chicago, and Rex Applegate, who wrote a book after World War II called Kill or Be Killed, that special forces still are required to read this very day. And then, to me, most importantly, Dr. Lydia, who was raised Amish with 11 brothers, convinced her family to send her to medical school, joined the Navy as a female doctor during World War II, and then somehow ended up in this town as our town doctor, and invested in my intellectual curiosity and development, and continually gave me books around science to kind of satisfy that itching curiosity that I had. How does a little town like this attract such remarkable people? I don't know the answer to that, but I feel fortunate to have seen, the rough and tumble nature of this world, and even though I didn't necessarily feel like I was a part of that, but also the model of those that had just profound life experiences, and had something to share.
So if my summary is correct in terms of what made it tough or hard, it was a combination of economic downturn and also manual labor. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I think it's spot on, and also a a culture that develops with industry, right? When the work requires toughness, then toughness becomes a value, and it can be manifested in any number of ways. There's one of my favorite novels is by Ken Kesey, Sometimes a Great Notion. There's a movie made about it, featuring Paul Newman, and it's sometimes a great notion is really the story of the logging industry in Oregon, and the toughness that it invites.
So at what point do you decide to join the Navy? And then what's that decision-making process like for you?
I had a strong sense that I wanted to get out of Yoncalla, Oregon, and my parents valued education, right? They both had degrees, and were teaching, and so I was at least raised with that expectation, which is in a sense even rare in that area, where people realize that there's, that's something that you can do, or maybe even are expected to do. And they said that they would pay for me to go to college locally, and I had an idea that I didn't want to go to university in Oregon, that I wanted to see something else. And if they weren't going to pay for it, I had to find a way for it to be paid. So this is during the Reagan administration, because I'm old. And back then they were we're really building up and investing in the military. This is at the height of the arms race. This is when we were trying to break the Soviet Union's economic system by outspending them. And so I guess I was part of that, in that there was money available for those who wanted to serve in the military to go to university if you demonstrated some aptitude in school and athletics. And so I got the scholarship. It's called a Navy ROTC scholarship, but it was beautiful because it allowed me to choose the university that I wanted to attend. And for the most part, as long as I could get in. And at that university, then my my tuition was paid for. There was a little bit of a stipend to live on, and then the obligation was to serve in the military as an officer following graduation and commissioning. So that was the deal that I accepted in my Navy scholarship.
So, for people that don't know, because I've spoken to a Navy SEAL before, but I haven't spoken to someone from the Navy. What does that look like, typically?
So Navy SEAL is also from the Navy, right? There's many roles that we play. There's many communities in the Navy. There's some basic warfare communities, right? There's special operations and special warfare, which are SEALs and EOD and special boat units that you had that conversation with. There is the surface warfare community. They're the ones that drive ships and operate um, weapon systems at sea from the ships, kind of the traditional Navy. I like to say it's the beating heart of the United States Navy, but I always say it ironically. There's the submarine service, right? I don't know a damn thing about them because they won't tell me. They just disappear, and that's that. I mean, I know a little bit more about them than that, but they're quite secretive. And then there's the aviation side, and on the aviation side, we obviously work with all those other elements, and we work with special warfare. We operate off of the ships. Um, we even work with the subs a little bit in somewhat clandestine ways. And but first off, you have to be selected, right? So in your last year of university, I was at the University of Colorado in Boulder. Interestingly, I still live in Boulder and I still teach at the University of Colorado. So in our senior year, we get selected for where we're going to serve. Some people be carved off to be SEALs. Some people are going to serve in those other areas, and I was selected to serve in aviation. What I didn't share with you earlier is on that rural ranch in Oregon, in my childhood bedroom to this very day, hangs a picture that I drew when I was 5. And that's a picture of a helicopter. And it says, when I grow up, I want to be a helicopter pilot. So now I was actually on a path to that. So I went to flight school in Pensacola, Florida upon graduation. And we all start off in the same place. Whatever you end up flying in the Navy, you start off in the same place. Back then, we were flying the T-34, which is this little aerobatic fixed wing turboprop. It's really quite fun to fly. And after you fly that for about 9 months, then you select where you're going to fly next. And I went through during a real jet draft. The F-18 was kind of the new jet back then, the Charlies, and we're all supposed to go fly F-18s. And I really took a stand. I'm like, I think I'm a helicopter pilot. I think that's, and keep in mind that a good percentage of people that fly helicopters in the United States Navy didn't necessarily want to fly helicopters in the United States Navy, right? Many of them wanted to fly jets, and for whatever reason, they didn't get the grades during flight school, or that selection wasn't available because when they went through the needs of the Navy, didn't require jets. So they fly helicopters. But I was this guy going through during a jet draft, like, no, I really want to fly helicopters. I think that's who I am. And they allowed me to, and I'm grateful for that. And then I went to helicopter training. Um, I was kind of bouncing back between Pensacola, Florida and Corpus Christi, Texas for my training back then, and then eventually earned Um, earned what we call the Wings of Gold, which is our warfare insignia as a pilot. And from there, I bounced around the fleet in locations, San Diego and Guam, and San Diego and Guam, San Diego again, um, and then all of that was largely part of deploying on ships from those locations and flying off of ships, um, doing the work out at sea.
So the wanting to be a helicopter pilot at 5 and then following it through is very interesting. The question is, why do you think that you wanted to do it then? And what made you decide to continue that through to your adult life?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. I probably wanted to be a number of things through those early developmental years, right? Like I remember wanting to be an astronomer at one point. So why that one? Why did that one stick? Maybe it was creating this idea by putting it down on paper, right? So there's this act of something was created through that vision or desire. And it was saved. How much of our schoolwork just goes in the bin? And for whatever reason, this one stayed and resurfaced in a way that it became aware of somehow in childhood things or artifacts. That one was available. So those other hopes and dreams and possibilities maybe didn't manifest because there wasn't that sense of creation around them. And and I can't say that I was doggedly attached to that idea, through my childhood, but I would also say it was perpetually present. So both those things. Maybe not dogged, but kind of this idea in the childhood dreams and kind of fantasies and stories that I had when I was working on the ranch and my mind was creating stories often involved flying helicopters, right? So it was kind of present with me. And then there was a period in the university and even the beginning of flight school where I thought, you know what, maybe I am a jet pilot. Maybe that's what I am. And I remember I was specifically in ground school. I haven't even started flying yet. It's at the very, very beginning of flight school, the part where we're like swimming for 3 or 4 hours a day. They're trying, or maybe an hour and a half a day. They're trying to drown us. We're doing the academics behind flying, learning how engines work and aerodynamics work and those things. And the movie Forrest Gump had just come out. And in that movie, there's the scene where they show up in Vietnam for the first time and a Huey comes in and lands. I'm like, oh God, that is it. That is it. Um, that's what I'm supposed to do. And from that moment on, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm a helicopter pilot. And I would say even knowing that, I think helped me perform in flight school because there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure off of you when you're the only guy who wants to be a helicopter pilot, right? The grades to get jets are higher. You have to graduate in the top half of your class. Um, so I didn't feel the need to compete, and without that pressure, I did well in flight school because I was just a pretty relaxed aviation student.
Well, thank you for that. It's really interesting. And I have heard something similar in relation to being a doctor. So it's something like an interview, and they said, "Why do you want to be a doctor?" And he said, "I am a doctor. I will be a doctor. It's just a matter of when
Mm,
rather than if." So it sort of
yeah,
reminded me of that. And the
yeah.
follow up to your to this part of the story is around if I was to ask about any particular stories that stand out for you as a helicopter pilot, what comes to mind?
The first thing that comes to mind has to do with the people. Um, I have, growing up in Yoncalla, Oregon, I felt like an outsider. Um, what I remember is when I got to Navy squadrons, that's the place where I felt I belonged the most. There was just something about the people, my peers, the pilots, but also these wonderful sailors that do the work, keep the aircraft flying, the rescue swimmers that are heroic. This just I just remember in every aviation squadron I've ever been in, I'm like, yes, this is where I belong. And as part of that, I show up as my best self in that environment. So when I think back to those aviation squadrons, I can feel this just strong sense of competence and ability and so that's one thing. It's just the people. It's a generic thing. It's not a specific story. We were my ship. When I say we, were about to pull out of port, either in Dubai in the UAE or on the other side in Fujairah in the UAE. I don't remember specifically where we were, and the ship was told to stop. Right, just don't go anywhere. We have additional tasking for you. And so we waited, and then some interesting looking boats showed up and were loaded onto the ship. And then 60 SEALs came aboard. And then we headed out, and our mission was going to be to take down an Al Qaeda ship. And, the word was it was going to be very highly kinetic, which is a euphemism for, bloody. And so I talked to the SEALs that came on board, and their plan was to assault this ship by boat. He said, "Well, let me take you flying. Let me take you flying and see if our skill set as a team of aviators and crew and everybody that's part of this shipboard aviation operation, see if we can be useful to you." So I took them out flying. I said, yes, this is the capability that we want. We have, I would say that the way we flew is a particular community as a subset of naval aviation. The work that we did was, well, it's the coolest thing ever, is what it was. Like, we had a really unique way of flying that was that leveraged sideward and backward flight really to almost like skidding out on a bike. So we could stop shorter than other assets and get on a very specific spot over a ship very, very quickly and get in and out in a second. And so demonstrated that capability, and we could come in from any angle, right, and still accomplish that. So I demonstrated that to the decision makers on the SEAL team, and like, yeah, we want to do this assault with you. So for the next 10 days, our team worked with the SEALs all night, every night, to kind of practice this insertion extraction that we were going to do for this Al Qaeda ship in the coming days. And I was feeling, I'd say we were all feeling really, really confident in that ability. So much so that when I was departing one US ship and heading to a German ship, I remember that US ship over the radio was complaining, uh, man, it's like 3 in the morning, are we going to wrap this thing up? And I remember betting them. I remember like saying, oh, we're going to be back to drop off whatever we had to drop off to you in 30 minutes or less, and then you can wrap up. And they looked at where the other ships were in the area. I'm sorry, the story is getting convoluted. Basically, they determined that's impossible, right? What you're saying you can do is impossible. And I said, oh, we're going to do it. So I headed out to look for this German ship, which didn't have a TACAN, which meant it was really, really hard for us to find. And it's just the darkest, darkest night. It's just miserable dark. And managed to find the ship, orient to the ship. And I'm feeling really, I'm feeling off. I'm not feeling like something isn't right about my orientation on the ship. Something's not looking right. Something's not feeling right. And I did something that's not productive that I do in times like that, which is I sound very, very calm. I sound calmer than I feel. And in those environments, it's not a productive way of showing up, because the rest of the crew probably needed to sense my urgency so they could step up. But instead, what they were getting is ship in sight, rolling final. And then I looked in the flight deck of this German ship, it's the Brandenburg, I remember. The flight deck of this German ship should have been below me, and it was above me. And I said to my co-pilot, I'm like, what's my altitude? He said, 20 feet and descending. 20 feet off the water. And I had no sense of that. And so I just yanked in a handful of collective and turned hard from the ship just to get us away from the water in the ship, because I was about to either crash into the back of a ship that I couldn't fully orient myself to, or more likely just drive the helicopter and crew into the water. And we circled around and landed safely on the Brandenburg. The SEALs loaded up on the ship. God bless them. They were clinking. They smelled like beer and they were clinking. So German ships have alcohol on them. U.S. ships don't. But for that night, our U.S. ship did have alcohol on them, on it, thanks to the SEALs. Made it back to that cruiser that I'd made the bet with. Made it back on time. Won the bet. Landed. And then we had a long conversation with the crew about, having almost all died shortly, not too long before that conversation. So that's for whatever reason, the story that came to mind of operating at sea and getting some stuff done.
Now, it's a roller coaster of a story, and sort of reminds me of something out of you would see in a film. So thank you for sharing it. Um, I'd like to sort of stick on this as long as possible, but I also want to sort of move to the next phase of your life, if you will. So you've said that you're a teacher now, and you're also a leadership coach. So at what point do you decide that the Navy is something that you're not going to be doing anymore? What's that look like?
So at some point, I fogged a mirror for long enough that they promoted me to commander. And after spending a year in Afghanistan, the Navy asked me what I wanted to do next. And I'm a really, really passionate flyer. Like I didn't say that explicitly, but I loved to fly. Like I love to fly. And I think many pilots in the Navy say that, and it's true for them. But you always have that pilot in the squadron, everybody's like, yeah, that's a flyer, somebody who loves to fly. And I like to think, and I hope others would agree, that I was that person in every squadron that I went to, right? Like I love to fly. So I thought about all of these flying options, and I submitted a list that included some flying options. But at the very, very top of the list was this role at the University of Colorado, my alma mater, this place where I had a lot of attachment to because I love my time in school. And Boulder, Colorado is a unique and beautiful and energetic town. And so there was a particular job there that involved teaching and also working with developing officers in their journey to service. And so I said, this is my number one choice, to go back to the University of Colorado as a professor and to lead this leadership development program, the Naval ROTC program. And I got it. I got this job. So my last 4 years of active duty was spent here at the University of Colorado at Boulder. And during that time, I was teaching leadership. Now, before that, I thought I had leadership pretty much figured out, right? You build some relationships. Had been designated in roles, and in those roles, the teams that I was a part of had been successful. We'd achieved the mission, and I tried to take care of people. So I had leadership figured out. I thought leadership is this such a dynamic and complex thing that you can never learn enough about it, either as a practitioner or as just as a student and understanding of leadership. So one, I'd say I developed a passion back then around just understanding leadership more deeply. That became important. That's still so important, right? How can we collectively expand our understanding of leadership and also identify as leaders who are called to make an impact through our lives? Um, so that was a really intellectually stimulating time for me. And at the end of those 4 years, I was in the town that I'd wanted to be in. I'd been in the Navy for 23 years. I crossed that finish line with my arms raised to the point where I'd earned a pension. So the question is, do I want to apply for that job in the consulate in Tahiti, or do I want to stay here in Boulder and create a new life here outside of the Navy? And I chose the latter. Um, but I was really at a crossroads. So what do I do now? I'm out of the Navy. And one path of those crossroads is to go where I'm supposed to go, right? To go into the airlines. Many of my squadron mates are flying in the airlines now. To go into defense contracting. Many others are in defense contracting. And those are areas where it's known exactly who I am. Commander Morgan, congratulations on your retirement. We've got you. And and then there's the other path, the path where nobody knows who the hell you are at all. And and I chose that path, and I had felt this calling, this nudge, this voice, this push, this something that said my future somehow lay in the realm of leadership development. And I did not know what that was or that meant or if it's even a thing, but I branded myself as a leadership development specialist, waited for the offers to roll in. The offers did not roll in. Um, and it took me about 6 months to get a job, but I was brought on to this into this Fortune 200 healthcare company. And it in retrospect, it was so very much part of the plan. It was so much what was supposed to happen. I was brought in as a leadership facilitator, as a coach. I wasn't a coach yet, but that was part of my role. And this company had a very, very intentional culture that was very emotionally forward. It was very heart centric. And so now I've retired from the Navy. I've like tried to get a job for 6 months, 6 frustrating months, get a job. And now it becomes really clear to me that my emotional and spiritual self have been neglected for decades, right? I'm pretty good at thinking, I'm pretty good at doing, but the other side of me was completely unexplored. I wasn't even aware of it. I wasn't even aware of that side of me. And that was the work I was doing. So I was expected to be emotionally competent. I was expected to be spiritually connected, not spiritual in the religious sense, but spiritual in the connectedness to all other, right? And that was part of my role. So I was actually going through this really steep and sometimes disorienting period of growth emotionally and spiritually, while inviting others to go on that journey simultaneously with me as part of the work I was doing. And that was such an important period of my development. Like I came out of that experience fundamentally different and altered in ways that are really important, in ways that allow me to serve more deeply, in ways that bring fulfillment and enrichment into my life, into my relationships that were lacking before. Like my life was great before, it was wonderful before, and now there's more. And it was also during those 3+ years I was with this healthcare company that they sent me up to Canada to be trained as a certified integral coach. And as soon as I started that integral coach training, I knew, like, oh, this is what that nudge from the universe was about, some years ago. This is why I'm here. My calling in this phase of my life, like everything else had gone exactly the way it was supposed to, right? I'm not saying I should have been an integral coach sooner. No, like that was creating the foundation for me to serve more deeply, to serve more powerfully. And that still continues to emerge. But in that moment, I knew that I was supposed to be an integral coach, and there was no doubt in my mind. So I spent another year with that company or so and set up my own business as an integral coach. And I've been performing one-on-one coaching, serving others in development, allowing them to grow in the ways to really to transform in the ways that are most important to them so that they can show up more powerfully as leaders in their own life. And yeah, so that brings us pretty much up to speed to this morning, Thomas.
Well, thank you for sharing that. You did mention in a previous answer about the fact that you thought you knew all about leadership, but then, you really started to learn the ins and the outs as you became a coach, if I'm understanding correctly.
Mhm.
Is there anything that you learned from the Navy that you actually still use leadership-wise in terms of teaching others?
I love that question, and it's not the first time I have thought about that. So the answer is definitely yes, right? I spent 23 years working, watching amazing leaders, dealing with horrible leaders, seeing the service of the sailors. So I think there is so many profound examples of leadership throughout the military. Just the functions that our military services are able to accomplish and the physical courage required, sometimes the moral courage required, but the complexity of human interaction. So there's so much there to learn from. And I don't think I was learning from it at the time, right? I was moving through it in a very organizational and functional mindset. And much of the richness of my lessons from that time weren't learned then, and I'm still learning from them. I don't know if that answers your question, but when I go back and perhaps I was in a hierarchical way dismissive of the leadership that many people that were organizationally subordinate, which is not a term I would use now, but a term that the Navy uses, right? Hierarchically subordinate to me. I was dismissive of their leadership, and many times I was dismissive of these good intentions that they brought and the influence that they created on me and on others through those good intentions. So I'm still extracting those lessons, but what a wonderful body of work and experience to be able to look back on and continue to learn from as I grow and evolve in my own understanding of leadership.
I think I follow you in terms of like there's different ways to learn things. Like a child doesn't learn from a parent by like, with their clipboard writing down notes and stuff. It's
Mhm.
sort of a child would sort of look at the parent and unconsciously take on that behavior. So my guess is that you've taken on a load of information from the military, even if you didn't necessarily set out to do that. Is that fair?
That's part of it. So part of it is you can't spend 23 years in an organization, particularly with some of the intensity of experience that organization provided, and not be deeply shaped by that. So yes, I have awareness that I was shaped by that. And I also feel like I have a lot of choice now to move beyond that, right? I have been so intentional around my own growth that I can see where, okay, that's something that serves me, but that's something that doesn't serve me. And I actually have choice in many ways to move beyond or to transcend what I was formed. And what I was additionally saying is there were a lot of leadership lessons all around me that I wasn't fully aware of when I was going through the experience live. And now that I understand leadership differently, I can still, through intentional reflection, go back and replay those experiences and still take those leadership lessons from them to understand them differently through a new leadership lens. So there's a beautiful body of work that I can still explore and understand in new ways. So I think part of what I'm saying is the military shaped me. I've been able to transcend that in many ways, but also carry on some of the important skills and ways of being that the military created. And I'm still not done growing from it, right? It still continues to shape how I grow as a leader.
Yeah, it's amazing. Um, this is a question which I always like to ask any kind of coach, which is if I were to ask you about like your favorite case studies, would you be willing to share examples that come to mind for you?
So from my own work with clients,
Yeah, as a coach, let's say you've intervened or you've helped, and that's had a positive effect on the person you're coaching.
yeah, so all of them. And I'll tease out, if all of them's the answer, then certainly I can find one to share specifically. But I'll start off by saying all of them, right? I step into every single coaching engagement with the trust and the faith that the outcome will be transformation for that individual in a way that's important to them. In other words, they will embody a new belief system that gives them more choice in an area of their life that they didn't have choice in before, right? So, and it's different for every single client. Every single client is unique and complex in their own way, and what they want is also unique to them. So no two client journeys are the same. There's a methodology that I have that helps guide that transformation, but the journey itself, the process, the program will be deeply unique to them. So I am thinking of, boy, I'm finishing up a program right now. So I guess it's present, like he and I will have our last conversation later today. So I'm very present to this one. He is in a lending, like a real estate lending business that's focused on low income housing in an urban part of the United States. So his work is both revenue generating and also makes the world better, which is always a nice intersection of incentive and impact, I think. And he generates $900 million of revenue for his company, and he's kind of very much at the top of the hierarchy in that company. His topic was about his general unwillingness or frustration with the idea of leadership. So every client has a topic that essentially that crisply states the thing that they would like to do better at the end of their coaching program. And for him, it was along the lines of, I'd like to better show up wholeheartedly as a leader for my team. That's a pretty, and we italicized and underlined leader because there's the strong sense that what that meant would evolve throughout the program. And I'd also say that not all of my programs explicitly are to use the word leadership, but in some way, I believe they're somehow about leadership. So he wanted to wholeheartedly show up for his team. So what happened over the course of this program is, yes, before where what was really more management than leadership felt like this burden or this obligation, he began to show up for joyfully, right? What he learned was to not get frustrated by the details, because the details, in a weird sense, made him feel disrespected. So to transcend that sense of disrespect from his team when things didn't want to go, and to honor the complexity of the dynamics, and just build interpersonal relationships within that dynamic. And he began to show up joyfully as a leader. He began to let go of the details, and the team then became more successful because they felt empowered, they felt invited, and he didn't get wrapped up around the things that went wrong a little bit. So in that sense, leadership didn't feel like a burden. But I think a more important thing happened. Like, that's what he wanted, but something else opened up that was completely unexpected. And it was this: he didn't feel, even though he was in the top 3 in his organization, he didn't feel like he could influence strategically the direction of the organization. Even though he was like this revenue generator and he knew what he was doing, he felt left out of that top 3, and then disengaged. As his team formed, as he became a joyful and engaged leader for the people who reported to him, it opened up this capacity to look upward strategically, and to see all of this actually pain and discomfort that was existing for him in that space. And he willfully, with choice, leaned into that discomfort and began to repair those relationships, to engage differently in those relationships, not as an outsider, but somebody who had faith in their influence. And he's fundamentally shaping the direction of this company before. So what he thought was just a topic about being a more willing leader for his team, because that felt painful and he felt stuck and it felt like an obligation, turned into him becoming a strategic leader for the organization, and the strong sense of vision and empowerment that hadn't even existed before. So that's the one that we're wrapping up today. And I'm just so proud of that client, and for the work that he did, and excited for the impact that he will make in this new way of being that he's worked so hard to achieve.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And I have found, coaching to be very helpful in relation to perception sometimes. So, you can go about doing the same thing and getting views about something, and then you speak to someone clever like yourself, and then all of a sudden your perception changes. So I appreciate your example. Is there anything that I should have asked you about today?
Hmm. No, I felt really invited into the conversation, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my story. And I hope it's useful to your audience. And I absolutely admire your very skilled inquiry, which is the right question that allows me to connect with something in myself and share. So very well done to you, and I'm grateful to your talent for listening as well.
Well, thank you again. I appreciate that. And for those who want to get in touch or hire you, where do they go?
I have a website, so tliftcoaching.com. That's the letter T, LIFT coaching, all kind of squished together, .com. Or for your audience, they can reach out directly to my email address, which is Walt, WALT, like Disney, Walt at tliftcoaching.com, letter T, LIFT coaching.com. And if you want to talk about leadership, if you'd like to expand on the conversation or anything I just shared, if you're interested in one-on-one coaching, team coaching, a program for your organization, whatever it is, I am happy to have that conversation.
Well, thank you for the value you provided today and for sharing your story, Walt. Thank you for being a great podcast guest.
Thank you, Thomas.
Next up, we have John Wood, and John can be found at rageheart.co. John, welcome.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm excited to be here.
I'm very excited to have you. Would you like to take a moment and tell the audience a bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, my name is John Wood. I'm originally from Sydney, Australia. That's where I grew up. Currently living in South America in Peru. I've been overseas for most of the last sort of 12, 13 years working online. Was in Thailand for 6-ish years and bounced around all over the place, lots of different countries, and have ended up in Peru for a few different reasons. Probably the most interesting ones to people who might be listening and that relate to self-improvement are, number one, psychedelics. So I got interested in things like ayahuasca and mushrooms, San Pedro. It's a cactus, and I got involved in that sort of world of using them for healing or using them for personal growth. And so that was one reason I came to Peru. Another reason was just to find a really good community, and then like-minded people who were doing that. Because I tried to do, I'd done these things in Australia and Thailand, but they're very spread out. Like the community is very fragmented and transient. Whereas here, it's amazing. So that was one reason. And then I've also I started a company in the last few years called Rage Heart, where I teach people how to really. I keep trying different ways of explaining it because it's not usually anything, and most people have tried. Basically, I'm trying to make feeling, not thinking, feeling cool and sexy and fun. And, it's a bit like meditation in the sense of learning to work with your breath, learning to feel what's happening in the body instead of thinking and analyzing and journaling and engaging with our lives mentally, learning to get into the body, not just say doing a set of squats in the gym, that can be part of that, but learning to really feel what the body is saying. And there's plenty of people out there teaching this. Most of them are women. Most of the people in these courses are women. And I wanted to, to me, it's changed my life in lots of different ways, and the lives of other people I know. And so what I want to do is make it cool in a way that, like I said, there's women teaching this, but I'm a dude. There's not many dudes teaching this. I want to make it in a way that hopefully appeals to some men. I'm still seem to be bringing in a fair amount of women because I think women are just more comfortable with feeling in general. But it's all black and red, and it's meant to look like kind of rock and roll. There's a rock and roll track at the beginning of some of my lessons, and so yeah, that's and that goes hand in hand with plant medicine and psychedelics, ayahuasca and mushrooms and all of that, because that's very much about not thinking about what's going on, but feeling what's going on. So that's a bit about me. We can go in any direction from there.
Well, thank you for the introduction. And side note, you do look like a very cool dude, if that means anything.
Yes.
But you made a statement about it being something that's changed your life. In terms of like a concrete example, what's an example of dealing with either an everyday scenario or just some scenario that comes to mind where you're feeling rather than thinking?
Okay. I mean, one of the simplest, or probably the easiest to understand benefits for someone if they've never been exposed to this is a testimonial from someone that came through. And I gave him an exercise to do, and he came back a bit later and he said, "Look, that was a lot harder than I expected, but it silenced my mind like never before." So I use that example just because it's a fairly tangible example of what can happen as we get into the body, a way to quiet the mind. We all know what the mind sounds like when it's really, really noisy. Sometimes it quietens down. So that's a quick example. As far as specific examples from my life, to give some context, I sort of stumbled into this world of nervous system because that's I don't know if genre is the right word, but the world of sort of nervous system healing, nervous system rewiring. And I stumbled into it around 2020, start of 2020, just as COVID was getting going. I was in Thailand at the time. I'd worked with some life coaches. I'd hired some life coaches a few months before that to do a sort of, I guess, a kind of healing, a few sessions of healing or coaching, whatever you want to call it. And included with that was a mushroom ceremony. And in this mushroom ceremony, magic mushroom ceremony, psychedelic ceremony, they told me that I'd killed 20 million people in a past life and now had millions and millions of locks on my power, whatever that means, because I'm too dangerous to unlock and I need their help to blah, blah. You know, it was very cultish. Didn't realize how bad it was at the time. Took me a few months to process it. But a few months later, it's January 2020. COVID is just starting to kick off. I speak to my sister about, she just started seeing a somatic therapist with somatic, we think of the psyche as the mind, our, sort of mental realm, mental health, somatic being the body, the mind and body, somatic being body. So she just started seeing a somatic therapist, which is a way to work through trauma, stress. It's a form of therapy which is really what I'm teaching with Rage Art, where we're not so much working with the stories in our head about what happened or what we think is wrong with this, but getting into the body and feeling what's arising in this moment. So she told me a bit about what she had done in the session, and something sparked in me. I'm like, this shit sounds amazing. So I did some Googling, found an article that led me to a course, took a course, and within 2 weeks, I'm like, man, this is all the other stuff I've been trying to do, which is a lot of the stuff that most people do if they're working on themselves, like meditation, gratitude lists, or I never really got too much into yoga, breath work, ice baths, journaling, all the different things. TRE was a thing I was playing with at the time, where it's like you learn to sort of invoke or trigger the body's involuntary shaking mechanism. So all these different therapies, all these different modalities. And I found a lady teaching how to work with the nervous system. And it just straight away, I'm like, this is it. I just could feel it. I just knew it. This is what I'd been searching for all this time. And it felt like it was what all these other things are trying to do, but they're all like, if we think about a territory, you're hiking through the mountains, all these other modalities, the territory is the same. A human being is a human being. A human being who's suffering, the suffering is suffering. It just is what it is. That's the territory. And then we have all these different systems, these different modalities, which try and help people navigate that territory. And a lot of them, once I found the nervous system world, a lot of them was like, these maps aren't that good. They're all right. Some of them are better than others. But a lot of them, it's like they're a bit foggy, a bit sort of hazy. There's not that much detail on the map. And then finding the world of nervous system healing, it was like, oh, now I can actually see the territory. Now I understand exactly what's going on with me and with a lot of other people too. And not only that, but how to actually change things, how to get from A to B. We think about on territory, how to go from where I am now to where I want to be. And as far as concrete examples of what it changed, I was already starting to feel the anger about what these coaches had done around that time. But as I started to work with my nervous system and get into my body, I started to feel, it was two emotions at the time, which I'd been meditating every day months before that, and I couldn't even access it. It was there, but I was just, without realizing it, pushing it away, suppressing it, shutting it down, but started using these different techniques for getting into the body and feeling, which is what I teach people with Rage Art now. And two emotions came up, which was rage, really intense anger, as I realized the extent of the abuse and manipulation from these coaches. And then like just grief, like a pit of grief, because my girlfriend at the time, she was working with him, still is. And I realized that they'd gotten so inside her head that it was too late for me to basically anything that I could say, that I knew at that point, anything that I would say about these coaches, she already had a reason about it, how it's my problem, because it's a long story. They basically manipulated her into thinking that I was a terrible person and I've got trust issues and I've got all this. So that then when I finally realized the extent of the abuse, she can just be, oh, it's just your trust issues. It's just your anger issues. It's just your problem. Then nothing's wrong with these coaches. They're perfect. And so what this, getting into this world of nervous system healing set off is, I entered that relationship with this woman because I'm like, it's too late. The 4-year relationship, moved from Thailand to Australia. I just knew I had to get out of that fucking country. And eventually, as I ended up staying with some family while I was back in Australia, I eventually realized that the reason I fell for this stuff with the coaches was because I'd experienced a similar, not exactly the same, but a similar pattern of abusive behavior, emotionally abusive behavior from one of my parents. And staying with them allowed me to really work that out. And having this understanding of the nervous system, I could see what was happening. Not only that, I could feel it. And in the past, I would have been like, oh no, I'm just angry. I shouldn't be angry. It's not really that big of a deal. All the things this person had told me throughout my life. But after doing this work with the nervous system, I could go, hang on, that's not cool. Like, that's not healthy. It's not even, it's not cool. It's not healthy. It's not safe for me to be around this person. I need to talk to them, which I never would have done in the past. But now I had this anger on board. because I'd suppressed it for a long time. Now the anger's on board and flowing. So I talked to them. They were not happy about that. And we haven't spoken for the last 2 years. And so it's really set off um, just a whole string of change, a whole slew of changes in my life in terms of where I'm living, what I'm focused on, started a business. And now I'm happier. I'd say I'm happier and healthier. Not perfect, but certainly happier and healthier than I've ever been in my entire life. And a big part of that is due to this, working with the nervous system.
That was a great answer. Thank you very much for sharing it. There's a ton of follow-up that I want to ask you about. The first thought that I had was in relation to the amount of searching that you had done. You were involved in loads of different things. You were basically trying to find something. Would you say now that you have found what you were searching for?
I mean, for a long time, I would have described it as like my specific situation was that life was good, in many respects. I had an online business. I was living overseas. I had what I thought was a really good relationship with a woman, and it was great for a long time. I had a great life, good friends, like things were really good. And yet something was missing. I couldn't have told you what that was. Like I could try and put it into words, but I didn't really have the language. I just knew something wasn't right. Things were good, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't fulfilled. Um, yeah, which I was probably looking back, I think I was probably quite anxious or depressed, varying amounts of that. Not massively, but enough where it's like life was just like, what's the point? What am I doing here? Like, what's like, it just seems a bit empty and meaningless. And if I think about that and like, have I plugged that hole or am I still searching for that? And the answer is no. Like, I feel like I've found that absolutely. Things aren't perfect. I still have ups and downs. I still have bad days. And a lot of this work of being in the body and learning to feel is learning to be available for all the different feelings, even the ones that are uncomfortable at the time, like sadness or like fear or like anger can be quite fun, to be honest. It can also be not great as well. So it's not that everything is perfect. And even with Rage Art, when I think about like this new business I'm building in Rage Art and wanting to teach this to people, a lot of people talk about wanting to do what they love. And they think if only I could do what I love, then I would be happy. And I guess where I've come to, and this was intentional, but also like, is unfolded in an interesting way where I think now I'm more interested in, rather than trying to be doing what I love every moment of every day, it's more like, what's the purpose? Is this important? Because with Rage Art or what I'm building now, it's not always fun. I don't enjoy every aspect of it. Doing my finances each month, reconciling transactions in my accounting software, like it's not the highlight of my week by any means. It's not terrible, but I'm not sitting there being like, oh man, I love this shit so much. But what drives me now is a sense of purpose. And so while I'm not happy all the time and I'm not feeling, sunshine and rainbows and unicorns all the time, there is this thread of purpose and meaning and fulfillment that I don't think ever really leaves anymore. Because I've found, I guess, what I realize, and I can explain what I think that was and what's changed. But um, yeah. So I think, to cut a long story short, I've found, still searching for certain things, but I've found in a large way what I was searching for. And now it's like life is becoming or evolving into sort of just an expression of that, rather than instead of me trying to go and get something to change something in here, it's like I've got it in here and now let's take it outside. So,
And what would you say your purpose is?
well, I don't know if it's like a purpose. I don't think about purpose necessarily in like a life purpose, like this is why I'm here, period. But a sense of what's giving me a sense of purpose at this point in time is this way of working with the nervous system, Rage Art, like this. To me, it's one of the, if not the biggest problems in the world is this, what I would say, unresolved survival stress. The reason people are anxious, depressed, unhappy, can't sleep, digestive problems, they even think that it's what's causing autoimmune disorders. It's is basically all the stuff that most of us are carrying in our bodies, in our nervous system, in our mind, that's not resolved. And then because like when I think about, I've had at different times when work, there's something called healthy aggression. So we're learning to work with our fight and our flight response. The part of us that wants to run away from stuff, and the part of us that wants to attack and destroy it, basically to create safety. And so I've had a lot of anger and aggression come up, which I just see as the fuel, the energy that drives the fight response. If I'm really pissed off, I'm going to have the energy to attack or to destroy, which is a useful thing if there really is a threat that needs to be destroyed to return myself to safety. But when I think about where that comes from, like, why is it in me? Why do I have this rage, this that comes up sometimes? And when I say like comes up, I'm talking like like there's growling. I usually get a towel and try and rip the towel in half because it's energy that wants to destroy. And so it's not enough to just sit with it and be with it like meditation. I need to express it. But when I think about why that's there in the first place, it's because of the way I was raised, my caregivers, primarily my parents. And I think about one of my parents, my dad to be specific, one of the ways he would behave is when if I was unhappy about something and I pointed it out or I said something about it, he had this thing where he'd be fine most of the time, but then he would just snap, and he would never get physically violent, but he would lash out like with gaslighting. You know what gaslighting is, right? So gaslighting, guilt tripping. Oh, I've done so much for you. Why can't you appreciate, basically all these sort of manipulative devices to put the blame back on me, because he didn't want to feel it. He didn't want to feel like he'd made a mistake. So he had to make me, his son, feel like I made a mistake. So it's like the shame is like a hot potato, and he doesn't have the tools. I don't really blame him. Because of what he's been through, he doesn't have the tools or the capacity to feel it. It just is what it is. And so when I say something that happens to trigger his shame, he's like, hey, I don't like this. You can have it back. So he's like, well, no, it's your fault, John. You're just an ungrateful little brat, or you're, something like that. And so what I see is that the reason he's got it in him, because someone in his childhood, likely his childhood, probably one of his parents, same thing to him. Someone did it before them. And so the reason he's behaving like that, which then I think is what triggers this aggression, because then he's throwing it back on me. And then there's an anger response in me that wants to, fuck you, dad, at the time, but it's not safe because I'm a kid to do that. So it goes inside, I hold it in. And then now I'm 34 and I start letting this stuff go, and it starts coming out in a healthy way. I'm not directing it at, I don't have kids, I don't have a partner right now, but I'm not directing it into the people around me. My friends, family that I am in contact with. There's techniques for discharging this energy from my system in a healthy way, so it's not going into someone else's nervous system. And so I see like so many of the problems in the world are about this, and is that people are feeling certain feelings and they don't know how to feel them. They don't have the capacity or the skills or the tools to feel them, or the community. And so the typical thing to do is, one way is we put it into the people around us. So we hurt the people around us, they hurt us, and they go on and hurt other people, and they hurt other people, and they hurt other people. And then so I think about alcohol, drugs, shopping, porn, a lot of the problems, overspending, consumerism, all these things. I think a lot of this is about people feeling things that that make them uncomfortable. And then they're using, it's like our entire world is designed to distract us from what's happening inside. So if we could, when I think about like as far as a grand vision goes, and probably where the sense of purpose comes from, if we can alleviate or start to clean out some of this trauma, is the word in this field, trauma being the word for the energy, not the event of the stuff that happened. That doesn't really, the specific event isn't really relevant. What's relevant is the energy, this anger that I'm holding, this fear that I'm holding. If we can get that out of the system, we think about humans as a whole and Earth as a whole, if we can get that out of the system in healthy ways, and the whole, we might say the activation level of the world and the nervous system gradually comes down, people aren't going to need to watch as much porn or eat as much sugar or hurt one another as much. And so I see like, it's such a simple thing, teaching someone to be in their body and to feel. But as they learn to do that, someone in Rage Chart, someone who reads one of these books or takes a course, it doesn't even have to be me. As they do that work, they're going to automatically start to be a little bit calmer, a little bit more peaceful with the people around them. And it starts to spread. And so what I see is this massive ripple effect with this kind of work that I see is at the root of so much of the problems in the world. And then I see, think about, I don't know, climate change or the different global challenges. The people who could really help in those situations, like a lot of the resources, we could say the cognitive capital right now is tied up in all this stress. As that stress gets cleaned out, it's like we're freeing up this human capital, a human intellect, human energy for creative means rather than destructive means. So yeah, I guess the purpose comes from just seeing that the extent or the just how far reaching this kind of work can be, and how it really gets to the heart of so much of human suffering.
The other thing I wanted to touch on was just the charlatans that you've been exposed to, which is quite an amazing story. I hadn't heard anyone, well, a story quite like that, and I can understand why you might have some anger over it. Would you like to go over how that happened?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like I'm not, I mean, this was 2019 was when that ceremony happened. I'm happy to say that I'm not really angry at all anymore. It ended up being a beautiful learning experience. I don't want to have anything to do with them, but and I wouldn't, I'd certainly tell anyone to avoid people like them. But I've processed a lot of it. So, or most, I think all of it really. But as far as how it started, I was in Thailand. I've written an article about the whole story of it. But basically, I'm in Thailand. I met these married couple through a business mastermind group. Well, that was like a life coaching thing I was trying to do at the time. We met in Thailand. We met up for dinner. And at first it was like, oh, wow, these people seem really great. We're into the same things, psychedelics, some of these different books we talked about. We seem like really on the same page. This is really cool. And so I went away from that and met them again a couple months later with my girlfriend at the time. And we just kept hanging out, every now and then we'd go for dinner, lunch, whatever, go to their place, play with their kids for, a while. Eventually my girlfriend at the time, she worked with them for like an 8-week coaching program. She seemed to improve. She got some benefit from it. Another friend worked with them, and she seemed to get some benefit from it as well. And so it seemed like, yeah, they were pretty good, To be honest, though, at the time, there was a bit of a funny feeling, and I couldn't put my finger on what it was. There was nothing overt that I was like, oh man, that's a huge red flag. It's just like a subtle, like, feeling. And I ignored it, because I think I'd got in the habit of ignoring those feelings from my childhood. And so I ignored it. And I think around, I don't know, September, October 2019, I was helping them with some of their marketing. I was sort of doing like a coaching swap where they would help me, they'd answer certain questions about, say, psychedelics, and I would help them with their marketing when they needed some writing a Facebook ad, for example. And so one of them messaged me one day. She said, I've got this Facebook ad. Can you review it and tell me if it's any good? And the first line said, get unstuck and on purpose. And the rest of the ad sort of, same theme. And I read that and I was like, this is a really good ad, because it worked on me, like I read that. I'm like, I feel like I'm a bit stuck. I've been trying so hard to figure things out, and I just feel like I'm not getting anywhere. So I want to be unstuck. I want to be on purpose. And so off the back of that, I was like, yeah, let's do a coaching thing together. I'll pay you. And I paid them $3,000, which was cheap compared to what they're charging now, funnily enough. And there was a couple of like coaching calls which weren't anything to get too excited about. The main sort of event was this mushroom ceremony at their house. They said to write down a list of your intentions, what you want to get out of it. So I had a page of stuff, but then I boiled it down. I was like, man, if I had to boil it down in 3 words: purpose, passion, and profit. Purpose being something I believed in, passion, something I enjoyed, and profit, a way to, make money with it so it's sustainable, and so we did the ceremony. And then, I mean, as far as the details go, we took these mushrooms at their house. It's probably like 7 or 8 o'clock at night. It's a married couple, and the man, I don't know how far in, he starts talking in an alien language, it's like he's literally on the phone, an energetic phone, to some aliens not on Earth, in some other galaxy somewhere, and he's checking on something. I don't know. It sounds like it's Star Wars. Like he's like, it's very well done. I don't know if he was making that shit up or if he was actually felt like he was talking to someone. But so eventually go inside, we lie down. He's he's doing like scanning my body. I don't know if you've ever seen like Reiki or something, but he's like scanning my body. We're all on mushrooms. And so he gets to the point where he's like, oh, I'm almost done. He's like, oh shit, I found something. And then he's like, chatting to his friends on the phone. And that's when it comes out where they start to say that, oh, this guy, John, he killed 20 million people in a past life, not on Earth, on another planet somewhere, apparently. 2 million of them deserved it. So 18 million innocent people. So now I have 18 million locks on my power. And they tried to remove them, but apparently I'm too dangerous to remove them. But it just went on. And then later on, when they're talking about, yeah, you're arrogant, you ask too many questions, all these different things like that. Afterwards, there was no real, it's all very clear in retrospect, but at the time, it was really like a beat down on John. John's, you have all these dark tendencies. You're really quite arrogant. You ask too many questions. You really should read less books and talk to less people. Be careful who you tell about. Tell this, Sarah. Tell about this. But be careful about the people who you tell the ceremony to, because it's pretty far out work. It just went on and on. And I felt a bit strange afterwards. I remember speaking to my dad, and he said, "Look, like, 'cause I didn't think it was a big deal, but then he's like, man, if you did something like this with someone who was a bit more mentally or emotionally fragile, they could walk out and kill themselves the next day. Like, he's like, this is not a small thing. This is not just whatever." So that got me thinking. I didn't tell many people because it was so crazy at the time, and but I think I felt uncomfortable. I didn't fully believe it, but it created doubt in a sense of like, well, what if it is true? I kind of need them. They're the only people who understand how to fix me. And then it was around, I think, January, which is around the time when I started working with my nervous system, getting into my body. And that was when I started to everything started to click in, where I'm like, oh, I think I'm starting to see what's happening. As I tried to talk to them again about it a few months later, because I'm like, it's still not making sense. Like, can you explain to me? Like, I just don't get why you would say this, why you would even tell someone that at all. And she just kept putting it back on me. Oh, you've got some thoughts, you've got some emotions you need to deal with. Let me know if you need some help dealing with them. And I didn't really know what she was doing. But then eventually I'm like, I can't figure this shit out. So I spoke to a friend, really good friend of mine, and told him finally what had happened. And as soon as he heard the story, he's just like, man, she's gaslighting you, with that whole, oh, you've got some thoughts, you got some thoughts you need to deal with. Yeah, there's something wrong with you, John. That's why you're questioning this. You're just not clear enough, spiritual enough, something like that. So I got off that phone and went and looked up gaslighting, spiritual gaslighting online. And straight away, I'm like, oh, shit, this is like, it's like, it's a light bulb went off. I'm like, this is what's been happening for months with these people. Anytime I criticize them, anytime I call them out on something, it's always my problem. It's always, I've got an emotional problem. I've got an anger issue. I've got a trust issue. I've got something. And, but by that point, my, girlfriend at the time, she'd been working with them and she'd been around when they're saying these things. Well, John's arrogant. John's got trust issues. John's got anger issues. He's got a dark side to him. He had this past life when he killed all these people. His lineage is very dark. It was really they really tried to create this frame where John, me, is if not a bad person, at least has a really bad dark side in him. So you can't trust him. So then when I start questioning them 3 months later, my girlfriend's like, hey, what do you just have trust issues. You're just not positive enough. You're just not. So it was a mess at the time. And it took probably another year or two after that, because around that time, that was when I was like, you guys are gone. I'm out. Like, I'm never talking to you again. So cut them out. Ended up breaking up with my girlfriend at the time a few months later, moved back to Australia, and then just threw myself headfirst into the somatic approach, the nervous system approach, and also psychedelics. And it took a while, and there was a lot of anger. There were times when, it's funny, like, people talk about like a lot of people, like, we have our anger blocked. And I'd never hurt someone. I'd never kill them. I'd never do anything that bad to someone. And as this whole sort of experience processed and I thought it through, there were moments when I would never have actually done anything. I mean, they're in Thailand, but I certainly had the desire to fuck them up in the most violent way possible. And it was very interesting to watch that stuff play out inside my, brain, inside my sort of head, to see that, oh, wow, I have these impulses too. And like, it's not that, and because after working with the nervous system approach, I could go, okay, this is my fight response really kicking in. It feels like there's a boundary that's been crossed, and there has been. And so the natural response to that is to want to destroy. But for a while, it was quite maybe confronting, or also just like, wow, I didn't know I had this in me to want to do these types of things to certain people. Like I said, I don't think I'd ever actually do it unless it was actually called for. But it was very interesting to watch that, to see that in myself, to see, and I think all humans have this, and anyone who tells you that they don't have it just means they're afraid of that side of themselves. And so it was a very, very, very interesting experience, though, and very hard, like heartbreaking. That breakup tore me apart at the time. But at some point, I realized, I was like, oh, it's like, it was a messed up experience. But at some point, I realized it's like I created this whole experience for myself to teach myself a lesson about something that was unresolved in me from my childhood. And that's what I really, because I've been spending time with my dad. Yeah, in a lot of ways, he's got a lot of wonderful characteristics, but there are some patterns of behavior that are very similar to what these coaches were doing. And it made me realize that all this stuff with my dad's unresolved, but I couldn't see it until I'd gone through the experience with some other people. Because for a long time, I'm like, how did I get caught up in this? How did I fall? It's not that. I mean, it's pretty far out. Like, how did I just fall for it? I'm a pretty logical, straight thinking guy. Eventually, it's like, oh, it's because I'd been certain people in my family. I don't know if it was just my dad, but there's this patterns of relating, patterns of behavior that had set up the structure of like, something's wrong with me, something's broken. I do have anger issues. Because that's how, if my dad had treated me like that unintentionally, I start to absorb that as an identity, and then that becomes like a little gateway for someone later in my life, like these coaches, to come and use to manipulate me. And so at some point, it's like, oh, it's like I unconsciously manifested this entire experience with these coaches so I could have an opportunity to learn about what happened to me during my childhood and resolve that. The technical term for this is trauma reenactment, where we're forever trying to recreate the original circumstances that traumatized us in order to gain a sense of mastery over it. And so when that insight came to it, it's like, oh, that's beautiful. Like, still hard. It's still, I still would never work with these people again, but I could see that, on a deeper level, it all had to happen to get me to where I am right now. And even the original intention of purpose, passion, and profit, it didn't really come about in the way that I expected. But off the back of that is what led me into all this trauma healing, nervous system work, the somatics, which is what I'm doing now in teaching with Rage Chart. And that's where that purpose, passion, and profit has totally come online. So really difficult experience, and yet really magical in so many different ways as well. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. Have you got any advice around how others can ensure that they don't fall for a cult-like environment?
Yeah, well, part of it is there's different pieces, right? So part of it is learning to be in your body, learning to feel what's happening. And if you start to feel like oh, I don't really like this person, or you start to get a funny feeling about someone, listen to that. Really, really listen to it. It can be very, very subtle. You might not, it's almost like you may not intellectually understand what's up with this person at first, maybe ever. It's like we'll pick up on it in our body. We'll start to feel like a weird feeling. We'll start to feel angry or like a funny feeling in our stomach, often before we actually know what the problem is. And so that's one piece, is to get in, learn to be in the body, learn to feel and listen to those really subtle impulses regarding the people that you're in touch with. Sometimes it can be a simple way to look at it is, it's the thing, I have to like everyone. I think that's from my religious upbringing, but now I can kind of see that if I really, really like someone, it's usually because they're a decent person. If I'm a bit like, there's something off. That's how I describe it to myself. There's something off about that person. And I usually it doesn't mean I'm not going to be friends with them, but I'm going to be a little bit more wary and careful when they're around. That's how I sort of tried to approach it. So that's one piece. Another piece is understanding probably some of the dynamics that these people use. And I don't even know if it's always conscious. Like, I don't in some ways blame them, because it's, I think it goes back to their childhood, the way they were raised. Certainly with my dad too, I'm like, man, he just doesn't have the tools to do it in a healthy way. And so I think people want validation, they want money, they want different things, and they'll use very destructive tools if they don't have the creative tools. But a big part of it, I went down this rabbit hole of reading books. One book was called The Guru Papers. Another one was Combating Cult Mind Control. Really fantastic book. These books just sort of explain there's a pattern or a way that cults work, a way that manipulative people work. And part of it is, and that narcissists do it by like borderline personality disorder type people. Like, these types of people will often use these strategies, not necessarily consciously, I think, a lot of the time, But a core of it is to make you feel like you're a piece of shit, to make you feel like something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with who you are, what you do, what you're into. That's a standard tactic of manipulation, of whether it's through guilt tripping, like, oh, I've done so much for you. How can you be so judgmental? Something like that. That's using guilt. The gaslighting could be like, what are you talking about? I'm not being dramatic. You're just being dramatic. I'm not a dick. You're the dramatic one here. So there's different tools that they use. Minimization is another one. Like if you have a problem with someone and you tell them about it, and they're like, it's not that big of a deal. What are you so upset about? You know, these things, it sounds reasonable, but it's a manipulation. It's a manipulative strategy, because if it's a big deal to you, it's a big deal. That's how this stuff works. And so it's learning to see that. But I think the core of all those different techniques is that something's wrong with you. Whatever you feel, whatever your way of seeing the world, if you know, if you think it is a big deal, it's not really a big deal. You know, if you think you should be upset about this, no, you really shouldn't be upset about this. So the whole structure of it works around making you feel like something's wrong with you. And then you start to feel bad about yourself.
And the books that you read, were they kind of in the process of being in that place, or were they after, like, trying to diagnose what had happened?
Oh, they were afterwards. So after I left Thailand and went back to Australia, I wanted to understand what had happened about these, you know, with these people and how I felt for it. And so that was understanding the process of, you know, shaming you into making you feel like something's wrong with you. And then when you feel like something's wrong with you, it's like you become a lot more open. You're like, just tell me who I need to be. So it's like deconstructing your existing personality, pushing that to the side, and then they insert a personality of their choosing, or a ego structure of their choosing. So, and that's the standard cult practice where it's who you are is not good enough. We're going to give you someone else to be. And then often people start to think that the cult personality that they've been given is who they are. Or people in relationships happen. It's like they forget who they are and they start acting in this way because they just want the approval. And it's very like, it's a fascinating topic. And you can see it in the Guru Papers was all about how it happens with spiritual gurus. So like a yoga teacher, various yoga teachers, or you know, gurus in India, and the different things they say and the way they work, and how all of that, what masquerades as spirituality, is often just like culty dynamics and playing with people's personalities.
Do you have any unresolved feelings about the ex-girlfriend that's still there?
I'm I'm not sad. I don't think I'm not angry. Um, I don't think so. If there's anything there, I mean, there's still care there. There's still love. And I think, I imagine if, you know, if you're with someone for long enough, you fall in love, you know, you share a lot of your life together. I don't know if you ever totally get over them. I mean, that like those memories are always going to be there. So there's certainly still care there. I think for a long time, I was angry and upset because I saw her as a victim, that these manipulative coaches had come in and they were playing all kinds of games with her and controlling her and whatnot. And I saw her as a victim. And I think up until that point, I was still quite angry and sad and just all over the place. And then at some point I was like, she's not a victim. She's manipulating and abusing and using them just as much as they're using her. They're probably both getting different things out of it. But I stopped seeing her as a victim. It was like, she's with them because she's getting something out of it. She's choosing to be there, consciously or not. And so she's, you know, allowing them to manipulate her, and then she's manipulating them to get whatever she feels like she needs at this point in time. And I think since then, once I realized that, it was like, oh, okay, well, no one's really a victim here. They're all just using each other, and they can do that. I don't want to be involved. But we did speak on the phone. We actually spoke on the phone after not speaking for a couple of years. We spoke earlier this year a couple of times, and it was good. It was like pretty chill, you know. Like, there's still the care there. Yeah, so I think right now the main thing is probably there's care there and fondness, but not really a desire to speak too often. You know, I don't want to continue the relationship. I don't. There's the trust has been broken, but
Well, based on
the
what you said,
anger.
I can sort of understand why you're not wanting to speak too often.
Exactly. Yeah, like I'm happy to help. I'm happy to assist how I can and whatever, but I'm not, you know, yeah, trust, like in these situations when someone breaks the trust intentionally or not, it's like, it's very, very hard to get back from that. And that's essentially what happened in the end. I'm like, I can't unsee what I've seen here. And that's just that.
Well, I wanted to say well done, because it's not a small thing coming out of a cult-like environment like that. A lot of people don't ever make it out once they've had someone put their claws in them. You know, they're drained of their resources and their personality. So, and you were at my perception anyway, a moderately young age to be exposed to something like that. So yeah, it's a well done from me. For those people who would like to know more about your business, what you do, where do they go?
The best place is to rageheart.co. So I don't do social media for various reasons. I just have the website. I think I'm on Facebook. I barely use it. Occasionally I need to speak to someone there. But as far as Rageheart and people learning about this, the best place, and really the only place, is Rage. It's like Braveheart, the movie, but rageheart.co. There's a few videos on YouTube as well. There is a podcast, but the sort of core of it is the website there, and you can read a bit more about it. And there's an email list too if you'd like to go deeper down that rabbit hole.
And do you have any closing thoughts for us today?
Any closing thoughts? I mean, the big thing about this body, being in the body, it's just popped into my head. I don't know why I'm saying this, but it came in, is it's a lesson I teach people inside Rageheart, which has been a beautiful thing, is just learning to follow the impulse. When we want to go to the bathroom, it's not a thought. We feel it in our body. When we're hungry, it's really a feeling. When we're tired and we need to sleep, it's a feeling. So our body's speaking to us all the time. And so a big part of this work is, our mind is great. It's not about getting rid of the mind. It's about bringing it into balance. The mind is sort of serving us, but then also using the body as a compass. And so as far as like learning more about this or reading one of those books or whatever, I just tell people, follow the impulse, follow that subtle whisper, the feeling in the body that's telling you what's next, whatever that happens to be.
Well, John, thank you very much for being a great podcast guest today. And hope everyone visits the links in the description and gets in touch.
Thank you, Thomas. This has been fun, man.
Next up, we have Lauren St George, and Lauren can be found at answerwhatsnext.com. Lauren, welcome.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here.
I am very pleased to have you. Would you like to take a moment and tell the audience a bit about yourself and what you do?
Sure. So my background's within branding and marketing. Currently, I both consult and coach. So I consult with businesses on their strategies for how to grow, really what's next for them. And with individuals, I do the same thing. I help them figure out what they want to do next with their life. So that's the coaching side, is working either in a group setting or one-on-one with people. But it's all towards thinking differently and really going from a place of feeling unsure or stuck to clarity and the plan to move forward.
There's a lot to follow up on there. Of all the things I could follow up on, what would you say that your passion is?
My passion is creativity, which is often mistaken for artistic ability. So, often when you ask people, are they creative? They'll say no, because they're considering it as, they're thinking, can I draw? Can I paint? Really, creativity is the ability to solve problems and to come up with new and novel ideas. So we're all creative, but like any muscle, it's something that you can strengthen over time. And so creativity has been the thing that's run through everything that I do, whether it's business or how I live my life. My master's is in creativity, which is not a usual degree to get, but it really does look at the science of how we approach problems and how we can use different methods and tools to help be better problem solvers.
It's interesting, and I like that take because, well, as someone who's probably said I'm not that creative, it means that it gives me the opportunity. So if you're in that position and you think, well, I'm not a creative person, how does someone go about being creative?
Well, there's what we call big C creativity and little C creativity. Little C creativity is the stuff that we do each and every day. From the simple things like when you open your refrigerator and have to cook dinner, and you're going through the process of figuring out what can I put together because I don't want to run to the store. That's creativity, because you're thinking through a problem and figuring out a solution based upon what you have at hand. So those are things that we deal with, every day in our lives. How do I get to where I'm going if a road is blocked off? You're thinking through solutions and alternative routes to get to where you're going. So, there's ways that we can even strengthen that with just simple games that we can play. Big C creativity comes into some of the things that we're doing, more in the business world, in innovation, solving big, world problems, business problems. And so it's something we're all doing on a daily basis. It's just there's just ways that we can harness that, or ways to help people think more disruptively.
Okay. And would you say when people come and ask you for help, would you say that there is a sticking point about creativity, or is it just that they're sort of asking you to help them through a particular problem?
They're asking me to help them think through a particular problem. Creativity and the sort of the more scientific frameworks of creativity is just the methodology that I use to help solve those problems. So, it's not something that I put at the forefront. It's the method I use to help people solve things, and hopefully in the process can teach them, some tools that they can use moving forward. We do it in a way that's fun and engaging and helps to access different parts of your brain. But none of that is at the forefront. That's just the way we get to the solution. But what it does mean is that if anyone has a question along the way as to why we're doing something, or why it might feel slightly uncomfortable in an activity that we're using, and I can certainly back it up with the science and the reasoning behind why they're feeling that way and why we're doing it a certain way.
Would you be willing to share a little bit about the methodology?
Sure. There's several out there. They're all sort of based in the same format. A lot of people have heard of design thinking as one methodology. It starts with really, I think, a place of getting really clear on what it is that you're trying to solve. And I think for a lot of us, we think we're solving one thing, but really it needs to be something else. So it really is a starting place of really getting clear on what it is that you're trying to solve, why you're trying to solve it, what's causing that problem. So it's a lot of initial questioning to get clarity on the question you're trying to solve. And I believe that if you're asking the wrong question, you're going to get the wrong answers. So that's the starting place, is really getting clarity. In a business sense, oftentimes that means doing some form of discovery or research, bringing in experts, really getting to understand the challenge, the problem. The next part of that is really is starting to ideate, to come up with solutions to that challenge. It's understanding why you have that challenge, how to overcome that challenge. And then you'd look at developing the solution to that even further. You start to look at the components of it, because, oftentimes when we ideate and we think through a problem, we'll come up with, like a one sentence solution, but we really got to get deeper now into the nuts and bolts of it. How does it function? What are the steps that I need to take? How can I achieve that result? And then you put the plan in place and use that plan, knowing that you're going to have to probably iterate on that plan as you go, because life happens, things happen, things change that are outside of your control, and you need to go back and learn as you go. And that again is an innovation mindset of trying something, learning and adapting it, because most products don't hit the shelf after trying it once. There's hundreds of iterations on something before it gets out there. And I think we can take that same approach to our own lives of trying out a solution before fully investing in it, really looking at other ways that I can test it, that I can learn from it, that I can iterate on it. And I think that methodology helps people also get past this idea that that failure is a negative. And really, with that innovation mindset, failure becomes just a learning step as you work towards success.
Mm. It's a very interesting topic, I think, and I don't know what your thoughts are about this in relation to. I think people hear the term of failure and how it's it's actually a good thing, but I think it takes something else to actually practically apply that into your life and believe it. Have you got any thoughts on really kind of implementing that into your life in a way that you actually believe that information and are willing to go through what may be some quite painful failure in order to get to the outcome?
I think you first have to look back and see where did that fear come from? What is the inciting incident that has led you to feel this way? For some people, it's something that happened, earlier in their life where they did something that was wrong and got chastised for it. Other places, though, is our school system itself teaches us that we need to get the right answer the first time, and we don't learn that failure is just a natural part of working your way towards a goal or towards success. That it is just an integral part of learning as you go. So I think you need to start by understanding where did that fear come from, and that allows you to work through it. Fear comes from a place of not feeling like you have control over it. We are designed. Our brain is designed to keep us in patterns and keep us in safety. The original reptile brain, our first brain, was there to teach us survival, and that's where our fight or flight lives. So when you see something that's threatening, it's not woolly mammoths chasing us anymore, but when something feels threatening, we tend to smack it down. That's the fight or flight. And so the idea of change, anything that is perceived as threatening, breaking us out of patterns, breaking us out of that autopilot that our brain is designed to do to keep us safe, will bring up that fear because it is instinct trying to keep you safe. So I always believe that if you can understand where something is coming from, you're that much more able to work past it. And so I think that once you understand where the fear is coming from, once you know to look out for that voice in your head that's going to say no because it sees whatever it is as threatening, and to step back and go, is what's in front of me actually scary? Am I reacting and not thinking through this? And then, what are the steps that I can take to make this feel less risky for me, that I can do at my own pace, so that I'm not just quitting my job and running off to do something else, but can I do this in a way where I can reduce the amount of fear, while talking to that little voice in your head to say, no, it's not true. This is not scary. This is actually exciting. This is something that I want to do. This is something that if I put the right steps in place, I can get there. So I think it's understanding what created it and then coming up with the plan to move through it.
And did you have to do that work yourself?
Oh, every day. Every day. I think we all do it. I think being more prepared, and at least for me, understanding that voice, knowing that when I hear the no in my head, to step back and go, is that really how I feel, or is that just instinct kicking in? It becomes something that I think you can quieten the voice over time. You can learn to work with the voice. You can certainly put in alternative programming. Your brain is it is something that you can program to your benefit. It is a tool, so you can certainly counteract it with going, no, this is no, this is not something that is scary, or this is not something that I don't want to do. I am going to do this, and I can be successful at this. You can put the positive mantras into your head to kind of quieten that little voice. But yes, I mean, I'm human. My biology is going to work against me, and at least I think if you know where it's coming from, you can overcome it.
And what about the early days? So did you feel like you learned that from schooling or some other means? And you mentioned alternative programming. Would you mind sharing an example of what that might be?
Well, I think alternative programming is again, as if you understand what that voice in your head is saying, that you have something that you can counteract it with. You can come back and say, no, I feel differently. So it becomes that sort of mantra that you have, that when you say, I can't do this, I can't succeed, I'm not good at this, that you have you stop yourself in that cycle and you say, no, I have the skills that I need to do this, or I have the support and the resources to make this happen, so that you start to put the positive verbiage into your head. It's the same thing as, when you practice gratitude on a daily basis. It's a very simple practice of stopping yourself in the present and asking yourself, what are the three things that I'm thankful for right now, grounds you in your present time, and really has a profound effect on being able to change your mindset to a more positive place. And I do believe that what we have in our heads is going to be reflected in the world that's around you. And so if you're living in a negative place, you're only going to see the things that are negative in front of you. If you start to look at the world in a more positive light, you're going to find the things that are more positive. You're going to see things in a different way. And I think that that's, part of being successful is the mindset that you have.
So to summarize, it would be the first thing is to notice that it's happening. You can potentially use affirmations or questions around gratitude. Is that accurate? And would you add anything else?
I think those are easy, practical things that you can do. I always like to, when I work with people, to provide them with tools that are simple and easy to implement into your life. Practicing gratitude is well researched at this point, so it's not something that's woo-woo. It's certainly well researched to show that it actually has pretty remarkable effects that if you practice it on a consistent basis. But that's something you can do in 5 minutes in your day. It's something you can incorporate into your life in different ways. When I put my son to bed at night, it's something we do together. I'll ask him what are the three things he's thankful for from that day, and I'll share mine back with him. So it's something you can integrate into your life and do in 5 minutes a day, but the profound effects that it can have. So I like to give simple tools. And another one that comes to mind is emotional anchors. So emotional anchors are just things that trigger a positive mindset. So a lot of us have them in the music that we listen to. There's that one song that you have in your life right now that's your kind of like pump up go-to song when you want to feel good. Now, what you can do with that is that you can attach that to situations. So if you're going into a meeting where you need to be in a positive mindset, play that song before you go in. If you do well in that meeting, which hopefully you will, you've now attached those two things together. So every time you play that song, you're going to remember how you felt in that meeting when you sold that big account or you did really well. You've now put those two things together. Anytime you play that music, you're going to have that same positive mindset. So you can do things with sound, with smell, that can instantly take you back to a moment in time where you were in a really positive place.
Any music before this conversation?
Actually, I didn't have time today. No, I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. And
have you got any favorite answers from your son around the gratitude question? Because I would imagine, I don't know how old he is, but I would imagine there's some good comedic value in there somewhere.
There is. He's 5, so it tends to be directly around him in his world. But I'm trying to think if there's been any that are funny. I mean, certainly anything from it's usually pretty it's around food. Certainly things that he had for his snack, or if we put a little candy in with his lunch. He's thankful for his brother. He's thankful for his fish tank. So gratitude can be those very simple things within your life, but the importance of it obviously is that it's bringing us into the present when we spend so much time thinking about the past or the future, and the present is really the only thing we have control over.
Yeah, it's the good practice and some good examples there. It does make me think about maybe some other examples that you might have, which you're proud of. Any case studies that you would be willing to share that you're happy that you were a part of?
Yeah, there's a few. I mean, in terms of on the individual coaching side of things, two that come to mind. One was a woman she'd been with the same company for about 30 years, and she was really ready to retire, but was afraid to make that step. I think for a lot of people, retirement has a lot of emotion around it for various reasons. But for her, it took a lot of questions to get to the root of it, which is a fear of was a financial fear, which again a lot of people have. But it took a lot of conversation about what retirement would look like for her, and what she wanted to do, and trying to really imagine what that life on the other side was like. But it took a question around, have you spoken to your accountant? And the answer was no, I haven't. And sometimes it's this very simple question that can get people past a roadblock. And she immediately, the next day went and spoke to her accountant, who went, yeah, no, you actually can. You're financially at a place where you could go and hand in your resignation. And so she did. Seems like a simple thing, right? But I think for why I use that as an illustration of success is because for a coach, I think it's really about asking provocative questions, asking the right questions to help people think through something. And for her, it wasn't what does retirement look like, but it was about the now and getting past that fear. And so just a simple conversation got in there. The other example was someone I was working with who had taken a package and left a very successful job in a corporation. And she was trying to decide between whether she would go and get the next job, which would be a CMO position at a smaller company, or whether she would actually follow her dream of starting her own business. I think for a lot of people who transition from being in the corporate world to running their own business, there's a lot of fear around that, because you go from a place where you have, I think, a very focused position. You've got team and support and more resources. And when you go out on your own, you're now wearing a lot of hats, and you're doing things that you probably don't have experience within, and so there's a steeper learning curve. So for her, I think it was through a process of really imagining, what owning your business would look like, what the roadblocks and fear were, where we actually came to a place of she decided to buy into a sort of more of a franchise model, which had the support system, which had the resources, which had a framework that she could already use and go into. Felt a lot less risky for her. So again, I think that's where creativity shows up, is both in the questions that we ask, but also coming at it from different perspectives and different angles to find something that is not what would seem like the first answer. First answer would be go start your own business, but it felt a lot more secure for her to buy into something that already existed, that had the support structure, that had people she could go to if she needed help, that had marketing ideas and all of those things built in. Was a much easier step.
Yeah, I'm looking back on it. All seems quite logical, but when you're in the thick of it, trying to figure that out, it's a lot more difficult, right? So, did you ever catch up with that person in terms of how they're doing since after they bought into that franchise?
She's doing great. Yeah, she's got her clients, and she's living her own schedule. And it was time. It just took, again, figuring out what that plan looked like, and talking through it in a way where I think you again work past the fear.
Well, congratulations. It sounds like a rewarding person to coach. Is there anyone in particular that is best suited to a session with you in terms of that sort of creative problem solving in that context?
I think it's really, people find me and come to me when they're ready to make the change. They just don't know what the change is often. Some people are further down that road and have an idea of where they want to get to, but they need help getting there. They need the plan. But I think for a lot of people, it's usually around some kind of pivotal moment in your life when you ask that question of what's next. It can be career. For some people, it's divorce. You've just become an empty nester. You're looking down 10 years down the road and retirement's coming your way. So it's usually some pivotal moment in our lives where we find ourselves asking what's next. And that's usually when things have gotten uncomfortable enough that you're ready to actually look at it and figure out what the change needs to be.
And are there any, do people bring many misconceptions about the process, or perhaps anything that you've picked up where it's like, just, that's not really what is meant there?
I think for most people, it just needs to be a willingness to have the conversation. And I believe that when people are ready to actually have start the conversations with me, they've already done a lot of the work, right? They've waited, they've put it off, they've thought about it a lot, but they're finally now ready to take a step. And that's all it takes, right? It's just one step of picking up a phone and or sending a message and saying, I want to have a first conversation. The misconceptions, I think the biggest misconception is, you do some coaching and everything's different. You do have to do the work, right? We can have the conversations, we can put a really great plan in place. But if you're not ready to actually work the plan, your life's not going to change. So I think that's the piece. Is it's like coaching is not magic. It's helpful, and it can make things a lot simpler, and it can help you with direction and focus, and it can offer you accountability and all of those things, but you've got to be ready to do the work.
Well, you mentioned that process of not being too sure about whether or not you're ready for that conversation, and that process of not really knowing what to do next. Have you given that any thought about what that looks like in terms of, because people tend to be quite formulaic, like I'll try this, I'll try that, and then maybe I'll get in touch with someone and ask for some coaching type thing. Have you been thinking about how to speed that up, or how to help someone through that process at all?
The speeding up, making the decision to move forward. There
kind
is
of like that first step when they're stuck, they don't know what to do.
Well, the stuck is usually what people come to me in. I mean, they're feeling stuck and unsure. I think the pushing the button, the hitting send, picking up a phone, reaching out for help, that step, unfortunately, I can't speed up. I think people have to get to a certain level of discomfort for them to be ready to make the move. I'm sick of feeling the way I'm feeling. Okay, fine, I'm finally going to reach out and ask someone for help. That process I can't speed up. I think people have to get to the point of wanting to make change, even if they don't know what the change is. In terms of making the change, the speed up is I for myself personally, and other coaches will do it differently, but for myself, it's group coaching. I've got a 6-week program. People come in, usually it's about 4 to 7 people. And together we'll work through each person's challenge, and the challenges will be different. The reasons why they want to make change is different. But group coaching is a powerful way of helping people think differently. Because again, if you're getting other people's perspectives, their experience, their life stories, it can help you again look at things from a different perspective. And often can take someone asking you one question or making one statement that can change things completely for you. So I believe group coaching helps to speed that process up.
I do think that would be highly beneficial for someone who's a bit uncertain about it. It just seems like that there must be some improvement to getting to the point where you're so fed up I just gonna get a coach. There must be some way to improve that somehow, but I guess you don't get to speak to them before then, right?
You don't. I mean, you make yourself available. You put yourself out there. I mean, I have thousands of people who get my weekly newsletter, but again, it's just being top of mind for someone when they're ready to hit go. I don't know a way to speed that up. I wish I could, because I think that people spend years of their lives wishing that they had done something differently, or wishing that they had, the courage to move forward on a dream. And the only thing, the thing that we all have against us is time. So the years that you put something on the back burner for, you can't get those years back. So people often ask me, when's the best time to start? The obvious and stupid answer is today, right? It's as soon as you can. But I don't know how to speed that up for people.
It does make me think about the ongoing nature of coaching, in the sense that how beneficial it would be to just have someone ongoing, in terms of just to make sure that you're not in that place where you're like super fed up. And any thoughts about who might be best suited to having like an ongoing relationship, rather than just coming to you when they've got a problem type thing?
I mean, I think like anything, having a plan is the first step, and then there's the implementing of the plan. I think an ongoing coaching relationship helps you to just keep moving forward. One of the things that we all experience is motivation waning, right? When you first start out with something, you can feel highly motivated, and then life happens. You've got other things and other obligations in your life that will pull your attention. You might have setbacks. You're not moving forward at the speed you think you should be. There's a failure that happens, and you fall down, and it's time to get back up again. I think that having a constant support system to help you do that is going to keep you on track better than trying to work that plan by yourself. I think having someone who can be that sounding board, who can help you stay accountable to the plan you've put in place, who can help you when mindset issues come up, who can help you stay on track as an important piece to hitting that. And even the most successful people out there have coaches that help them stay on track, or provide alternative ideas that can keep them going forward.
You mentioned motivation. I don't. It's my perception that it's had a bit of a rough time on the internet, the topic of motivation, because everyone's talking about discipline. Have you got any thoughts in relation to that topic?
I think motivation. There's motivation and there's action, and to me, they live together. There are times when motivation exists first, and it's easy to propel action. So that to me is the easier scenario. But oftentimes we're faced with we don't have the motivation. It's easier to sit on the couch binge watching TV and eating potato chips than it is to go to the gym. Sometimes we've all fallen off the wagon and be like, oh gosh, I know I need to get back in shape, or I need to go back to the gym, and we don't. That's one of those scenarios where maybe the motivation has waned, and you've just got to do the action. So there are times when you just have to force yourself to do it, because once you do force yourself to do it and you get yourself to the gym a couple of times, you're going to start feeling better about things, and the motivation's going to kick in for you to keep going back. I think the important piece is then how do you force the action to happen, because that's the biggest roadblock. So I think there's definitely things that you can do in what's the first action that you can take that's going to take less than 2 minutes. Make it as low stakes and easy to do as possible, so that you can continue to move forward with really small steps that make you feel like you're actually checking the box, you're being successful, you're moving forward. The more you do that, the bigger the steps get. You're into that sort of you've done the action. You're now starting to kick in with the motivation. So my thing there is maybe you want to just keeping it in that same genre of exercise, but maybe you want to start going to a yoga class. I would suggest that the first under 2 minute thing is figure out where you want to go to take that yoga class. Take the 2 minutes to do the research so that you know, or go find your yoga mat. You don't need to go to the yoga class, but go find the yoga mat. The next day, put out your clothes. The next day, put them on, just drive to wherever the yoga place is. Maybe by the fourth day, you'll be like, well, I'm here anyway. I might as well go in. Make it as small and easy to do as possible so that you can get the action going to get to the motivation.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of chunking, where
Mhm.
all the actions of going to the yoga class might be a bit intimidating, but actually picking up your yoga mat isn't a particularly difficult thing. So 100% agree. Is there anything I should have asked you about today?
I think we've covered a lot of topics. I think we've done pretty well.
Well done. If there is anyone who needs some creative problem solving, where do they hire you or follow you?
The easiest place to find me is on my website, which is answerwhatsnext.com. You can sign up for my newsletter there. You can set up a time to speak with me. And then Answer What's Next is the Instagram handle as well. So that's the easy way to find me.
Well, thank you for today. Do you have any closing thoughts for us?
Closing thoughts. You can do it. Is easy to say, but I think find that first 2-minute thing that you can do to propel yourself forward. And consistency is the way you're going to get there. Most people don't get there overnight, so try and stick with it. Stay consistent even when it seems like you're not moving forward.
Well, thanks to our conversation, I will no longer be saying that I'm not a creative person. So I thank you for that, and appreciate you being a great podcast guest today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Bruce Strom, and Bruce can be found on YouTube at Reflections MPH. Bruce, welcome.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm glad to be here.
I'm very happy to have you. Would you like to take a moment and tell the audience a bit about yourself and what you do?
Well, I am here in Miami, Florida, or Fort Lauderdale, Florida, which is right nearby. And one of my last 5 years working, I started buying all the books I wanted to read in retirement, and so now I'm going through most of them. And my academic background here is I have a major in accounting, and so I spent most of my first 20 years as an accountant, and then the next 20 years as a computer consultant in accounting. And I'm going to spend the next 20 years as a writer and as a YouTuber and that sort of thing. I've done some freelancing in the past. I want to pick it back up. And so basically, I have gone through and really become fascinated with Stoicism. And I first got exposed to it really with one of the what I call a life-changing set of lectures that the teaching company had. And it's now Wondrium. They're still in existence, but they've never really brought this set of lectures into Wondrium, by a fellow named Luke Timothy Johnson. And he was a professor that had a series of lectures on the Greco-Roman moral philosophers, Epictetus and his teacher Musonius Rufus and Seneca and Marcus Aurelius. And next online to really study is Cicero. Read some Cicero and Plutarch. And basically, that's what I did. And I think that's what I see is key to the Western tradition, understanding the Platonic dialogues, and really all of the Western tradition in the ancient world is the Iliad and the Odyssey. And it just paints a different world than we have today. And what's the first word of the Iliad? It's rage. The rage that Achilles felt towards a fellow king, Agamemnon, who stole his concubine from him for various reasons. And it's a book about warfare. And really, these ancient cultures were all warrior cultures, and it was a totally different world than today. You have today, what do? We look forward to retirement, and here in America, we have Social Security. The pension plan, I guess, in Britain is called something else. And but But that wasn't the case in the ancient world. You didn't look forward to retirement. You always had this deep-seated anxiety that one day your city-state would be defeated by the enemy, and the enemy would burn your city, steal everything you had, kill all military-age men, and enslave the women and children. And basically the slaves of the slaves in the ancient world were the employees of the ancient world. And it was a very brutal time. And I mean, that affected a very somewhat fatalistic point of view. Stoicism is a stoic, just views life as an unending series of troubles, and sometimes enjoyment, and that you should just not let yourself be unaffected by. You should not let yourself be affected by a lot of the sufferings that you have to endure. And so that is and a lot of people don't realize it, but Christianity itself, it's influenced, of course, primarily by Judaism, but secondarily, Stoicism has really influenced Christianity to a great degree. And we've kind of like lost that heritage. And when you lose that heritage, then you have things like the concept that theologians call theodicy, is why do bad things happen to good people? And the Stoics say, well, of course, bad things happen to all people. So God doesn't protect us from suffering. God instead enables us to endure suffering and not make it. And you know, Stoics believe that whatever befalls you in life should be to your benefit. So if you suffer blessings, you should incorporate the blessings in your life so you're a better person. And the same with sufferings. You know, sufferings should make you a more resilient person, and that should also improve you in your life. So whatever happens to you in your life, it should be to your benefit, and that's your choice. That's your choice. And so that's that. And
we
I
might
think
be touching on my next question, because
sure.
you'll recognize this question as a definition of terms. So at the end of your answer, I think you covered some of it, but if I was to say, what is Stoicism, how would you explain or define it?
Well, I'd say there's really two definitions of Stoicism. It's Stoicism with a small s, and then Stoicism with a capital S. And Stoicism with a small s is really the concept that it is the core philosophy of the ancient world, that Plato was just basically an innovator, and that Plato himself was a Stoic with a small s, because, and particularly Socrates. I mean, Socrates was a true originator of philosophy. And so basically, Socrates' students all represented all of the main strains of Greek philosophy. Of course, you had Plato was his most renowned student by far, and by far the best writer. But the other one of his students is Xenophon, and all of his writings also were preserved in antiquity. And I think if you look at the Platonic dialogues, you should also look at the few dialogues that Xenophon left behind to really get a balanced view of Greek philosophy. And one of his other students was Antisthenes, who was a Cynic philosopher, the main Cynic philosopher. And after several generations, the Stoic philosophers with a capital S, with Zeno, they basically inherited a lot of the philosophy of the Cynics and carried it forward. So to a certain extent, that too was, had its roots in Socrates. Another one of Socrates' students was Aristippus, and he was in the Cyrenaic school. And a lot of people suspect that perhaps that was the germ of the Epicurean school of philosophy. We really don't know how much Epicurus read of Aristippus, or if he took any kind of inspiration from him or not. We presume he did. But Socrates was really the father of all of the schools of philosophy that we know about. And of course, Aristotle influenced Stoicism with his lists of virtues and vices. And so I'd say Stoicism is really the bedrock of Western philosophy. And Plato was really, at his heart, he was also a moral philosopher, because one of the key themes you see in Platonic philosophy is justice. And justice is really love of neighbor. And the reason why you don't really see justice really emphasized by the Stoic philosophers, because it was a different world. I mean, after the Greek Empire fell and was after the Greeks fell and were conquered by Rome, the ordinary person really couldn't, the ordinary aristocrat, I should say, really could not take part in the government because it was a totalitarian type regime. And so they really, I don't know how the jury system was implemented in the Roman Empire, if it really was after, I'm not really clear on that history. I don't know if anybody's totally clear on a lot of this history. The ordinary person just didn't serve on juries. They didn't really concern themselves for matters of state because it was totally handled by the emperor and his underlings. So justice kind of fell off. But that's what I think.
Okay. Well, you've obviously got a wide body of knowledge to pull from. My question is, why are you interested in this particular topic, and why should other people be?
Well, I think that there's three strains of philosophy, okay? Basically, three types of knowledge in philosophy. You have the metaphysics and the physics, and that's basically knowledge of the world. And those fields in philosophy have spun off over the centuries into their own fields, like psychology and biology and all the sciences. And so they're no longer considered part of philosophy. And then you also have the study of logic. Study of logic is essential so that we can communicate. We have to be careful about how we define our terms, and we have to be careful about our arguments. So we're not talking past each other. We can have a genuine conversation, which is what the Socratic dialogues are all about. And then you have ethics, and I think ethics are really the primary goal of the ancient Greco-Roman philosophy. I mean, you did not have this split between theology and philosophy. That didn't happen until the Middle Ages and the Protestant Reformation and all of that, when when the various Christians started squabbling between themselves, the Protestants on one hand and the Catholics on the other. So basically, the ancient philosophy was really about leading a godly life. And you can even see it was like the Rabbi Hillel said, the story was as inquirer asked, and Hillel lived about the time of Jesus. He was contemporary of Jesus. And somebody came up to him and said, teach me how to follow the Torah, or the first 5 books, the law, while you're standing on one foot. And he said, okay, that which will harm your neighbor, do not do. And love your neighbor as yourself, and all else is commentary. And so, and St. Augustine also added that you should, and of course Jesus himself, and Deuteronomy, I might add, adds the primary goals of life is to love God and love your neighbor. And even if you're not a Christian or a Jew, I mean, the love God still doesn't go away. It can be the one of Plato, or it could just be the concept that there is a good that's beyond ourselves. There is that the good in the world is what we should strive for, and it's something outside of us. We don't determine it. It is predetermined, and it is an ideal good. And so, that's the core of life. Is how do you treat your fellow man, and how do you respect the universe around you, and that's all there is to it. And it's like the 10 Commandments. You look at the 10 Commandments, what do they start with? They start with preserving your good thoughts. You have to have good thoughts. If you have good thoughts, if you have holy thoughts, okay, then your speech is going to be holy. And you can't, because if not, if you have some bitterness in your soul, curse words are going to come out, or something, or some ugliness will surface. And if you have holy words and you have holy thoughts, then your deeds are going to be holy and good. And so that's just the concept. And so I really see a lot of the Stoic philosophers, you read their works, and particularly the early Stoic philosophers, they read like the New Testament. They read like the Pauline epistles. And so I find that a lot of times you can provide quotes from the Stoics and people listen. Whereas if you quote the Bible verses like the Baptists in our country like to do, and I'm not criticizing them for this, but the problem is a lot of people are jaded by that, you know. They've met too many Christians who aren't truly Christian, and you have people that learn the Bible verses and are real proud of them and spout them out all the time and turn people off. So, you know, you get, but I find that if you learn the Stoic verses and tell people the Stoic maxims, that it really attracts people attention. And so, you know, that's.
Is there any part of it that you think is not, shall we say, valuable or should be excluded from today's discourse?
Well, I think that basically it's all a matter of interpretation. You learn from you look at the world around you and take the good out of what you see. It's like the people you meet, and it's like, or particularly your family. Like if you're a parent and you have children that are struggling, you always try and bring out the best in them. And you do that by encouraging them. But if you always point out where they're wrong and try and beat them down, well, then your relationship between them in the long run is going to suffer. And I think that the same is true with the philosophies and with the writings of any of the authorities in the mainstream Judeo-Christian traditions. So I don't really, even on the internet, I don't like to have my persona. You have to join a church. I don't really like to reveal in my internet channel what denomination I belong to, because I want to study all the traditions and not tell people why my religion is the best and theirs is the worst, but bring out the best in all of the traditions and expose that to people so they can learn how to lead a more godly life and be positive in that respect. And so I think the same is true with philosophy. I mean, you look at and if there's something trouble, it's like St. Augustine. His key work is on Christian doctrine, and it's a marvelous work. And it really is not only a book on how to interpret the Holy Scriptures, it's really a book on how to interpret all of philosophy. And his underwriting criteria for interpreting Scripture is this: all of the Scriptures is all Scripture is reinforcing the notion that you should have the twofold love of God and your neighbor. And if any biblical story appears to violate that principle, you must then interpret it allegorically. And the best example of that is in Psalm 137, where the Babylonians say, where the Jews say that blessed is he who takes the Babylonian babies and bash their heads against the rock. And that a lot of people will look at that, a lot of pagans will look at that and says, gosh, isn't Christianity and Judaism so awful that they say for you to do this? But the truth is that's a favorite verse of the monastic church fathers, because they say, hey, what this really means is that we should take all of the sins in our life, big and large and small, and we should just as enthusiastically try and wipe them out of our lives and be holy men. And so that's an example of an allegorical interpretation. You can take that same principle to any philosophy and any type of writing, theological writing. So it's a very forward-looking thing. Bring out the best in all of us. Bring out the best in our culture. Bring out the best. And if there's something that's troubling in the cultures, explain it. A lot of the hard verses of the Bible that are hard to interpret are because people don't realize this was that the ancient world was a warrior culture. These were warrior cultures. And like one of the criticisms you have is like people say, look at Judaism. They say Judaism is a very mean religion because the God, there's many harsh things that's said in the Old Testament. And the Jews didn't worry about loving their enemies. They just loved their fellow Jews. But Christians, on the other hand, are better because we love all people, even our enemies. Well, the truth of the matter is, the reason why they felt that way is in ancient Israel, it was a true warrior culture. And you just could not expect a Jew to love an Assyrian who would come in and destroy their city and enslave everyone and kill the rest. But what happens even in the ancient world is once a mighty empire conquered a city-state, then it had some stability. And the war stopped, and after a couple of generations, people stopped worrying about whether a neighboring city-state would come in and totally demolish and destroy their entire lives. No, and in that circumstance, you can understand then Jesus can teach his followers, love your neighbor and also love your enemies as if he is your neighbor, because he's your neighbor also. And he had the liberty to do that because it was possible living in the Roman Empire to live that kind of life, because you had a modicum of security that just was not there in ancient Israel or in ancient Greece.
Would you mind
So,
giving some examples about how Stoicism has helped you personally?
well, I've had some troubles in my life, and I've been through a divorce, and you have to just basically look at things from the point of view of the other person rather than yourself, and that's a very, very difficult thing to do. I have basically, like I had to, my business failed, and I had to get a new job and really start a new career in the middle of my career, and had a little bit of credibility problems at work with some of the officers in the company. And basically, what you do sometimes in life is you just, the only solution really is to just go back to your desk and do a good job and not let anything perturb you. And over the years, I won their respect, and had a good work environment for myself. But it took many years, and so I think a lot of times Stoicism just gives you the fortitude to like survive and bring out the best in people. And it got to the point where as a divorced, I've been divorced, and I had my daughter come down, and we and personally, one of the triumphs in my life is we had my daughter came down every year for vacation, and then one year she decided, when she was getting a little older in her pre-tween years, she wanted to kind of like go on a cruise. And so I took my daughter out on a cruise, she and I, and we just hung out together and had a great time. And I dropped her off with her mom, and I could tell her mom was a little bit jealous, and so the next year I said, well, why don't all three of us go on a cruise then? and so we did, and it turned out very well. And so
So
I
the
think
first
my
part of your
relationship.
answer, my interpretation is that that is the Stoic principle of focusing on things that you can control rather than being emotional about it. And yeah, essentially what I've heard described as controlling the controllables.
Yeah, it's kind of like let's see, I got my main quotes, like Marcus Aurelius advises us to begin the morning by saying to yourself, I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, the arrogant, the deceitful, the envious, and the unsocial. All things happen to them because they're ignorant of good and evil. I can neither be injured by any of these, for no one can fix on what is ugly, nor can I be angry with my kinsmen, nor hate them. So you're only responsible. You can only affect what your behavior is in your life. Like the Stoic philosophers teach us, that our goal should be to bring out the best in everyone we meet, and any of our associates should be slightly better people because they met us. That's the objective, really.
And do you think that there's a need, or perhaps there is someone who's already done it, modernizing the principles of Stoicism and sharing it with, let's say, a younger generation?
I think the need is really to teach the young generation, show just like the ancient Stoics did, is just learn some of the maxims and spread the maxims, and encourage them to read it in the original and do the work. And that is something that is lost on today's culture, is we just want everything spoon fed to us in small chunks. And it's like my channel doesn't have the greatest views, and because it doesn't have the greatest retention, because I insist on quoting from the originals, because you really got to go back to the originals. So really, a lot of my books, a lot of my videos are like book reviews on the ancient works and the modern works. You have to do the work. You have to study to learn how to be a godly person. And that's one thing that I think the Jewish tradition has over the Christian tradition, is that's part of the Jewish tradition, is you have to study the Torah for yourself. Everyone, and it's one of the commandments in the Old Testament that, you should, and it's interpreted by the Jews as saying you should read through the Torah once in your life. And even in the Jewish synagogue, they read every verse in the Old Testament, in the first 5 books of the Bible, are recited in their synagogue and discussed. And so, and we've kind of gotten away from that. The thought that you should really study and ponder what it means to live a godly life, because you can deceive yourself in many ways. It's like, one of my divorce support groups, I kept hearing this concept of, you can't love your neighbor until you love yourself. So you have to first love yourself. And that sounds fine, except what does it mean? And you can really, and there's a great deal of thought in that in the church fathers and the Stoic philosophers on what exactly that means. And if you don't put any thought into it, it really degenerates. You really run a risk of have it degenerating into a selfish kind of love, where you don't love your neighbor, you only love yourself, and you're always mad at people when they do things that harm you. And you can never you can't improve the world if you live your life like that, angry that the world has not dealt you a better hand. It's like Zeus says in the Iliad. He says, God gives some people, gives some men a full basket, and to others he gives them an empty basket, and that's just the way it is.
I was just going to say, before we move on to the other topic that we said we were going to cover, what is your, should we say, favorite quote that you share with people in relation to Stoicism?
Well, I always like the Epictetus quotes. Of course, there's so many good quotes. The story of Epictetus about the man who stole his lamp one night, and of course, Epictetus was a former slave of a former slave, so he was never really out of poverty. So somebody stealing his lamp was really a big thing, a major economic, blow. But he just basically said, I got the better end of the deal because I kept my soul, but the thief, being a thief, has a lamp, and now he has lost his soul. And it's the idea that basically the crime is its own punishment. Criminals are always punished because they have to live with their crime. And the virtuous person is always rewarded because he has become a better person by being virtuous. So the reward is the virtue. And we shouldn't and if there's any other reward, we should just be grateful for the reward, but don't necessarily expect it. And so that's really the quote that always comes to mind.
I like it. Thank you for sharing it. You touched upon another topic that you have expertise in, should we say, and that is the topic of dementia. So would you like to share your thoughts on that particular topic, and perhaps we can go into additional questions after?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about that, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because that's kind of like my topic in my cause at the moment, for the next couple of years. And that's basically, I was serving as the board member for an over 55 community here, and we were foreclosing on somebody who was really a problem. He was he'd go up all the time, and he'd harass the people in the office, and the neighbors were complaining about his behavior. The cops, he had an alcoholic girlfriend, and the police were always visiting his unit because of just loud fights. And then on top of that, he'd been in collections for like a decade. I mean, just a problem. And so we were thinking, we need to get rid of this guy. He's just not following up, and he's not paying up, and we just need to foreclose on this problem and get rid of it. And one of his neighbors got on Zoom call with the board and said, look, you can't do that. I think he has dementia. And I didn't know anything about it, but they proceeded. And I basically found somebody who was a guardian that helps take care of people like that. And basically, we went over to his place, and he was loony as a tune, man. He was just so far out of it. He had no idea he was being foreclosed on. He had no idea he was behind on his maintenance fees. He just didn't have any clue as to what was going on in the world, just totally out of it. And so we got the attorney to halt the foreclosure. And basically, and the guardian, and what a guardian does is, if somebody has no family, I'm sure there's a system like this in England for the same thing. I don't know if they're called guardians, but a guardian will, in America, will take, if somebody has no family, the guardian can approach the court and says, appoint me as guardian to this person so we can take over their affairs, and we can get them in a facility where they need to belong and wind up their financial affairs and settle it. And, so they can get the help that they need. And so that happened. But one of the board members got pissed because I had gone against the wishes of the board. I was not a team player, and because basically they're pissed at the guy because of his demented behavior. And really, this is something I don't really want to mention in my community because there's no point in it. This is something that could have happened in any community because we are so reluctant to admit that sometimes people are not responsible for their actions. And that's the problem with some mental illness, is in its advanced state, is they're just totally with demented people, they're basically hostage to their emotions. It's just pure emotion, and they have really, in a sense, lost their moral compass along with their memories. They just really behave more like an animal than a person in a way, because they just respond to their environment. And so that's and one of the messages I want to say is, like, if you have we had another situation where we had one of our aging residents. What happens is these people attract people like are alcoholics or they're homeless, and they fall in love with these people because then these parasites will suck them dry of all their resources. And then, possibly what happened to this fellow is his girlfriend left him when he ran out of money. And so fortunately she was out of the picture. And soon after, she passed away from alcoholism. But basically, if you're a young person struggling along in your career, and your parents are living in a distant city and they're living by themselves, man, you have to worry about that. You have to really encourage them to come and, maybe live in a place where they've got a loved one nearby. Live with a loved one, and put them back in your home if you can, and make sure they're really taken care of, and really pay attention to what's happening to them. And so, that's kind of like the message I want to give. And it's a challenge. I mean, we should, my mother died of Lou Gehrig's disease, which is a dementia of a different type. She lost control of her motor functions, but kept her sanity. And so, it wasn't as cruel disease in that respect. But, you have to really, 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 my heart goes out to everybody that's in that situation where they have to take care of a relative that has such an incapacity. But realize that exists, because if in this country, man, and I'm sure it's true in England, if they marry these people, these parasites, it's just very, very difficult to undo that.
Hmm.
So
is there any in the example that you gave, the story, there was someone who intervened with a phone call, but is there any way that you would be able to differentiate between, let's say, just bad behavior versus someone who might be suffering with dementia?
in the early, that's the challenge. I mean, the early stages of dementia, you can't tell. So I mean, it's almost like the principle should be in our dealings with elderly people, even if they have a history of it. Okay, because what dementia does is it takes whatever behaviors you have and whatever whatever good your virtues or your vices, and it magnifies them. It doesn't really. It's a very gradual disease, So literally, if anybody's over 70 or maybe even over 60, and they are displaying strange behavior, they're somewhat lashing out at the world, a little bit violent, or maybe they have inappropriate sexual responses, you just can't rule out the possibility that in the early stages of dementia, and dementia can be diagnosed with relative accuracy by physicians. So get them to see a physician, because a lot of times what you'll have is somebody may have a brain tumor or some other. There are some conditions that are totally curable. Like maybe they have a severe diet deficiency. There are conditions that will mask themselves as dementia that are totally curable. So it's very important that somebody get them in to see a doctor or a physician. And so, that's another thing you should always make sure happens.
Well, you mentioned that your next couple of years is going to be focused on this. What sort of work are you going to do?
Basically, do YouTube channels and publicize it and try and get in the magazines. That's my long-term plan. My kind of strategy is just kind of learn about it for the next year, because, if I can get my 15 minutes of fame, I don't want politics to be totally drowning out all other news, which is what's happening in this country. We have a crisis in Haiti right now that our country just can't deal with, because it would just disturb our domestic political situation to go help those people. And so that's one example of a very sad situation that's just being left to fester because we can't deal with it at the moment. And there are many other things in our society that you're just going to have to wait until the political situation gets resolved, so we can get back to improving our country, and not just holding on to it for dear life.
Well, it's pretty clear that you have a, shall we say, a hunger or a great habit in relation to the topic of learning in general. So, would you mind sharing perhaps why that is, or how other people can pick that up if they would like that habit?
Well, I think that I've always felt that way. I mean, I always prefer reading works that will improve your life. And I think the one thing that has been eye-opening to me is, again, the teaching company lectures, which are now Wondrium. They have lectures, about by college professors. And, you listen to a series of hour-long lectures, 12 or 24, or sometimes 36 lectures or more, and you really get a good feel for philosophy and theology and history and a lot of things that surround us in the world. And I think it's more useful to do the hour-long lectures. And so I try and give back a little, give that back to people. Of course, my lectures tend to be 20 to 30 minutes, because that seems to be the limit for people. But I string it, but you can string it out. So if I have an hour-long topic, I usually string it out into 3 videos, because then you can really put in the thumbnail of thoughts in that particular segment. And so, but really, you need to really delve deep into the topics, and basically that's and also you have on YouTube, you have like Yale University and MIT and Stanford University have a lot of their undergraduate classes on YouTube. And the possibilities for education are just limitless. So don't just limit yourself to learning another video about black holes by by Tyson. And I'm not really putting him down, but kind of feel sorry for him, because that's, once you do that, I mean, he only has a very limited view of topics to discuss, where I have quite a much wider field. So, and I'll never run out. So,
All right. Well, thank you for sharing your expertise today. Is there anything that I should have asked you about?
Basically, I guess the best thing we could do is read some of the quotes from the Stoics. Some more quotes.
Well, the next one is closing thoughts. So if you want to use closing thoughts for opportunity for quotes, that would be great.
Like Epictetus, forgiveness is better than revenge. Forgiveness shows gentleness, and revenge shows savagery. And basically, Who suffers? This is Musonius Rufus. Who suffers more, the person who is wronged or the wrongdoer? The wrongdoer suffers shame, not the wronged. Planning how to bite back someone who bites and return evil against the evildoer is characteristic of a beast, not of a man. And he says, Rufus says, speak of shameful things and you will lose your reluctance to do them. If you work hard to do what is right, don't be upset by roadblocks. And everyone you meet, you should try and make them a slightly better person because they met you. Don't expect to tell others what they should do when they know that you don't do what you shouldn't. When they know that you do what you shouldn't. And, Seneca, life is not worth living if we multiply our sorries with our worries. Instead, temper your fear with hope. And also, philosophy molds and constructs the soul. It orders our life, guides our conduct, and shows us what we should do and what we should leave left undone. And the knowledge of sin is the beginning of salvation. This is Seneca. It sounds like St. Paul, but it's Seneca. Pleasure, unless it's controlled, tends to rush headlong into the abyss of sorrow. So we didn't really get into that. I mean, the Stoics say they're not against pleasure, but they're against making it the center of your life. All the sufferings of life which others regard as ills will become manageable and will end in good if you succeed in rising above them. And I am grateful, not so my neighbor should reward me for my act of kindness, but rather I'm grateful to perform acts of loving kindness. I feel grateful not to profit for my kindness, but for the pleasure of being kind. So, and an unnamed Stoic philosopher, the wise man lives a life of purposeful naivety. In other words, don't let your bad experiences in life, contaminate how you, unduly contaminate how you approach the rest of the world and the rest of your life.
Well, lots of good stuff there. So thank you for sharing it, and I feel like you've shared a lot today, so I appreciate it. For people who want to connect with you, I know you've mentioned the YouTube channel. Anywhere else you're active?
Basically, YouTube channel at the moment. It's youtube.com. And it's / reflections, plural, MPH, like miles per hour, but really morality, philosophy, and history. And I didn't say theology in the title because I like morality better, because I don't really want to get into bashing the other faith traditions. I just want to learn from all of them. So,
well, Bruce, thank you for being a great podcast guest today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
I hope you enjoyed this special edition of the Thomas Green podcast. Please leave your thoughts in the comments, and thank you for watching. The Thomas Green podcast is owned and made possible by Ethical Marketing Service. If your business is struggling with Google or Facebook ads, maybe you're frustrated figuring it out, or there's a performance issue, Ethical Marketing Service has worked on hundreds of accounts and we can help in this area. We offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you would like to find out if we can help, it's a free, no salesy consultation call, and the link is in the description.